Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile,
What's up, everyone? Richard here, and welcome to Forex Fire, just past 3 a.m. Central. Joining me, as usual, coaches Tiger and Michael. How's it going, guys? Hope you're well.
Howdy. Wonderful.
Good morning.
Doing wonderful today. How you feeling, Michael?
Good.
We feeling a little better today?
Oh, man, I'm feeling recharged. I definitely got enough sleep last night. I'm wide awake.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Me too.
Good to hear.
Ready
Good to
to turn
hear.
some cartwheels. Ready to turn some cartwheels.
I'm not so sure about the cartwheels just yet.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow.
Awesome. Yeah. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe on Friday.
Yeah, exactly.
First have to make it through the week, right? Yeah.
That is right.
What? Kick off a session? Anything exciting happening in your parts of the world?
I think it's back now. Well, we had an Aussie decision which came out on schedule, 3.6%. I was taking a look at the history of the last year, and very slight downtick in Aussie dollar since February. Put the chart up on my screen if you want to look at it.
Yeah, let's bring it up. Let's have a look.
Yeah. I just threw it on the Aussie currency index just to get an understanding of it. Back in, let's pop up the old chart piece. We'll take a quick
grab my watch here.
Yeah, as far as it dropping their 25 basis points, really just added, besides the Euro Aussie long and the Aussie Japanese short, we also added the pound Aussie to the long side on the bullish side. So, yeah, you can see it was at 4.35% for quite a while. And then back in September of last year, they started projecting it downward. And then they finally got their first drop in February. And then the orange dots are the projections or the forecasts. So you can see where they started to lower their expectations, but they finally got the first one again in February. And then dropped it to 3.85 and then now to 3.6. So, yeah, I mean, as that happened, we had a little bit of a, let's see here, that would have been 12. Oh, actually, we can't show it on the index yet because it's not priced in, but Aussie futures just had this nice little spike down and then the retrace, kind of like what I mentioned on quiet markets last night. We'll get some wick down, we'll get some wick up, and then it'll finally settle somewhere. So, yeah, right here's where that decision came out, that big expanded range VSA candle. So, yeah, drop, pop down, pop up, pop, lock, and drop it to the downside. So we're kind of going sideways there. The Aussie dollar, pop, lock, and drop. Same thing. Looks just like a spitting image of the currency index, or of the futures index, I should say. Down, up, down, sideways. So, yeah, I mean, Euro Aussie, which is still my most bullish currency pair that involves the Aussie. It's obviously going to be in reverse since it's the quote currency. So we had a pop up, pop down, and a pop up, and just kind of in that little range right now. So I'm keeping an eye on a 15-minute demand I found here. Turn my order block off. You can see that red candle down before that big jump up on the tallest volume spread analysis candle down bottom there. So yeah, just basically looking for a retracement to that zone. Buy to the long side. That's really the main one I'm looking at the moment. Again, on a 15-minute time frame. So just trying to catch that continuation. If for some reason that zone doesn't work out, then I do have this one further down on a 2-hour time frame that I'm keeping an eye on. I need to actually make that green. So, yeah, we'll just take whatever it gives. I mean, you look to the left, and obviously this one in the middle is kind of in that sideways chop, right? So my favorite zone would be this one down here. Probably going to ignore that 15-minute demand, but we'll see. Just never know. We might get a BSA candle 2x, 3x some of these previous candles, and if that's the case, might look to take that as a kind of a continuation, a rally base rally, and then have a drop down. But if I don't see the volume, as always, we'll take a look at maybe we can get a move from here, rally base rally as far as this demand zone goes, and get that one. So really, there's 2 plays on that. And then Aussie Jap, going to look similar, except in reverse, obviously, since that's the base currency, currency. So yeah, we had the pop up, drop down, sideways. So it really kind of created the same 15-minute zone. It's just a supply zone. So that is pretty much what I'm looking at here. On a 15-minute time frame. That 15-minute zone is also in the same area where we had a former supply zone. Now price ended up breaking through that. So when it comes to supply zones and demand zones, I know I've mentioned before, I try not to reuse the same spot if it had already been tested. Now this was tested, this one back here, this 1 hour, except it went right through it. So it kind of resets it, as far as I'm concerned. Right. If this point would have bounced into the supply and then reversed, well, I'd probably be ignoring it the second time. I know that sounds kind of weird, counterintuitive, but as far as I'm concerned, since it blew through that zone, it just kind of resets that area. But it's just interesting to see it's in the same area, further back. So I'm going to keep an eye on that one. And then, really the same thing. I mean, if for some reason that zone doesn't work out, well, I got one a little higher up, which is ultimately probably going to be a better one because it's above all this, kind of sideways action. And then pound Aussie was the brand new one that's on my list that wasn't on there yesterday. Ooh, now that I see this, it looks like it's in the zone. Take a look at this sucker. Yeah, I'm just now looking at it for the first time since I woke up siesta. But it's already about 80% through. It is bouncing off of an anchored VWAP that I ended up drawing in at one point. Hey, that was pretty accurate drawing, wasn't it? I drew that way back here.
For sure.
So not too shabby.
Yeah, not too bad. We'll keep an eye on that. It's chewing through it pretty well, so we may end up skipping it since it's already that high. But if we get a reversal at some point here within the next half hour or so, well, then same thing. We'll look for a bearish engulfing to the downside. See if we can get a volume spike. If so, great. If not, no big deal.
So be it.
I think I'll probably stick with one of the other pairs anyway. Okay, so that was pound Aussie, euro Aussie, and then Aussie jab. So yeah, that's really the three main ones that I'll be keeping an eye on post RBA 25 basis point drop.
Gotcha.
Nice. Nice.
Good morning, Victor, Duarte, and No Sleep Narrator. Thanks for joining, guys. Top of the morning.
Top of the morning.
Like Victor has a question. Isn't the first breakup structure sign to sell? The first sign is never the time to get in. You always need extra confirmation.
Right.
There's even a
that's right. And then euro dollar is still on my list. It's still giving me a bullish score of a 6. So getting all this congestion in this area here, this orange box. This is my master pattern contraction box on a 4-hour time frame. So value line right straight through the middle of that. So anywhere I can buy under value there would be a pretty decent spot. So I'm still keeping an eye on this 4-hour demand back here. I only care about this demand zone because when price did move up, it did not yet bounce into this daily supply. So this is important, right? This green candle up before the big move down. If it would have bounced into that zone before retracing, then I would have ignored that because daily supply typically is stronger than a 4-hour demand. So remember, the higher the time frame, typically the stronger those zones are and the more powerful they are because we start getting into institutional traders and the higher time frame traders. So yeah, as of right now, and it got real close to touching, but it hasn't been mitigated yet. Looks like it missed it by a couple pips. Right here, about 2.1 pips, give or take, a pipette. That fun word that we don't say very often.
right. Imagine that.
Yeah, but yeah, that's
somebody out there.
And the only other currency pair I have is still the dollar Japanese for a short bias. So yeah, I got this 4-hour zone clear up here. And then I did kind of write in this one here on a 5-minute. Now, I only wrote that up because it's kind of lining up nicely with further back. I do have, let's just do this. Let's just see what it looks like first. So it's really the last green candle up before the continuation. So drop, base drop. But look at the volume. Look at the VSA. Super strong down below. So might take a look at that. But if not, if it doesn't work out, if we don't get that bearish engulfing, then we got this 4-hour up top, which is ultimately going to be better because it's where the origin of this strong move occurred. You could really kind of look at this as a zone on top of a zone, in fact, like that. So yeah, as always, we'd probably just incorporate the whole move, put a stop loss above it, above that area. And that's above the 151 level, the psychological level. So about 151.10, 151.15 might be a good stop loss for this. But yeah, that 5-minute supply coincides with some former resistance points, which, as always, I put a blue dash line pushed out to the side just to kind of mark where that's at.
Right.
That's it for currency land. Other than that, the only other items I got is the S&P, the NASI, and the Nikkei, and gold and silver, of course. Currency land, yep. I'm playing currency land. Yeah, still looking at this 4-hour demand here. Otherwise, I got another 4-hour demand deeper on the S&P and then the NASI. Pretty much a reciprocal picture here. 4-hour demand here, 4-hour demand down there. The Nikkei, it's got this 4-hour demand here, but how many basing candles do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's out of my range. As always, 1 to 3 basing candles is ideal. 4 to 6 is pushing it, but definitely 7 or higher is just too much. Too much time for price chilling in this zone. Probably zapping most of, if not all, those unfilled orders in that area. So might just look for my next zone down on this smaller time frame right here on a 30-minute with some really good volume after that. So that'd be the yen picture. And gold and silver, lastly. Yeah, same thing. Still got this demand down here, 3,300 level. It's that psychological level. It's also a demand zone right below it. And also, I don't know if I've pointed this out very many times, but when I see a contraction box, when it does push out that fair value line, it can itself act as a kind of a dynamic support and resistance, right? The 50% median line of the contraction box itself. So got some things lining up there on gold. And then lastly, silver. Yeah, looks like I got, I think I like this demand further down. There's one here, but it's less volume. That red candle down had next to no volume because that was Sunday, after the market opened. So not really a whole lot in that blue line down here. So probably just likely keep an eye on this one all the way at the bottom. More of the origin of a strong move up. It's a 4-hour, but then I did also refine it further down on a 1-hour, I believe it was. Yeah, 1 hour. So got a 1 hour inside of a 4-hour. In fact, I'm just going to delete this one above. I don't like the volume. And then that'll be my move on silver. I think that's it for the moment, gents. Yeah.
Got it.
Nice.
Should be about it for the moment.
Right, we got news in 7 minutes, but I can quickly go through a little trade. Or Michael, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I can jump on really quick because a lot of those that I had on my list, just like Tiger, Tiger had a few of them the same. A lot of them fell off, actually. So I'm mainly looking at EU at the moment.
EU, okay.
Yeah.
Let's just switch over to Michael's charts. Euro, US dollar.
Yeah. Sweet. All right, cool. So actually, look like Ian is trying to set up for us. You see, I kind of already drew this over here. Let's take a quick look. This might be setting up.
Wow. Yeah. Was that the Euro? NZD?
Yeah, this is Euro NZD. Yep. Let's see. This might be setting up for us. Yeah, actually it is. Yep. So cool. So we have this 5,200 cross here. As we know, this means we're in level 2. Oh, what's up, Chris? Let's see, Chris just jumped on the chat.
Oh, hey, Chris. How's it going?
What's going on?
5,200 cross there. We're in level 2. And then next up, obviously, we're looking for that W structure off the 200, which kind of presented right here. Larger picture here, but still, we kind of got some kind of move going this way. Yeah, this isn't bad. If we can get some type of small pullback on this thing before it just runs off, that would be awesome. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, 1 for 1.5. Yeah, we already got the 4-hour confirmation, which I can see. If you look at the previous candle, yes, it is above the 13 EMA as well. So that's good to go. In fact, we should have been in this already. This just started 26 minutes ago. So literally as soon as this opened. Let's see. Actually, yeah, you could have been in this hours ago. So this confirmed a minute ago, actually. That's what it is. It's just now starting to run. So we can get some type of pullback. See, the thing is, we can't take it here because if you take it here, you're risking $1 to make 82 cents. So that wouldn't work. All right. We actually want to get a pullback to at least somewhere around here. At least. So I'm going to set an alert for this price here. Hopefully we can get some jump in here. All right, pull back. There we go. All right, this will be much nicer. That's interesting. All right, so that's EN. I was really looking at EU though. All right, and of course I'll go through the rest of the pairs later on in the session. But obviously I want to check this out. So yeah, so on EU, once again, as you guys can see, we're just looking for one of these moves to happen. And I'm going to erase this. There's a lot of drawings on here. All right, so same exact thing. We have our 5,200 cross here. So we know we are in level 2 to the upside, that is. 5,200 cross upwards. So level 2. And then we just want that pattern. Kind of how you just mentioned, Tiger. Like it looked like it was kind of dipped into this area a little bit, but I do want to see this retested one more good time and then kind of do this run up. All right, we already got outside the band. Yeah, got to get the W with a retest. All right, market baseline is already below the static, which is great. All right, so we already know that we have the reload, so that's already confirmed. That's good. We really just want to see this thing come on back down and retest that area. I can tell price is still below the 13 EMA on a 4-hour chart as well. Let's see. So this would be a nice piece of something. All right. Risking $1, make $1.50. As you guys can see, this may or may not confirm. Yeah, actually, it probably won't confirm during the session, which sucks because this candle is going to close in 31 minutes, and I doubt that it closes above this 13 minutes.
Never know.
All right, so yeah, never know. We got 30 minutes on it for sure, but let's just keep an eye on it just to kind of see what happens here.
Cool.
But yeah, that's pretty much the main one I'm looking at. UJ fell off the map for me. I know we were looking at it yesterday. I was looking for that M structure, and as you can see, this is blown out the box. This is way too high. And we also have this 5,200 cross to the upside. So this move is dead now. All right, so I'm going to take all of this off.
DRT.
And
Dead right there.
yeah. Right. That one's done.
Yeah.
All right. And then the last one, I am still looking at US 30. Give us some type of close in below this area with the TDI confirmation. So some type of head and shoulders pattern, right, off of this level to the shoulder. Right. Remember yesterday I was saying you can tell that this was the head because it's outside the band. You want to see something else past that's inside the band, which it happened here. So now we just need these final last little bit of confirmation. We'll be good to go. But yeah, we'll dive deeper into it all in a bit. No, it's news time.
Cool.
News
Yep, it's
time.
news time. Victor was saying in the chat there, that's a lot of indicators, Michael, but I was going to say they all serve a very, very important purpose, and I'm sure you're going to go through that after the
Yeah, you'll have
news.
to
So for
talk
now,
about that
let's
after.
switch over to the news brought to you by Coach Tiger.
Oh, right.
Over to you.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Forex Fire. It is Tuesday morning, August 12th, 3:30 a.m. my time here in Kansas City. Good morning to you over in London. And this is what we got going on for the day. So let's dive in. It's going to be starting with the big move from the Reserve Bank of Australia. So the RBA kicked off the week with a widely anticipated 25 basis point rate cut, bringing its policy rate down to the 3.6% level. Governor Michelle Bullock emphasized the bank's forward-looking stance, signaling openness to further easing if economic conditions warrant it. So despite the dovish tilt, the Australian dollar held relatively steady, with the Aussie dollar US dollar currency pair hovering near the 0.65 level, that being here in the early European trading session. The RBA's cautious tone reflects lingering uncertainties around global trade and inflation, but traders are likely already looking ahead to the next potential cut, likely by year end. And speaking of trade tensions, the U.S. and China agreed to extend their tariff truce for another 90 days, delaying new levies on Chinese imports and temporarily suspending retaliatory measures from Beijing. While the news didn't spark major risk on momentum, it did ease fears of an immediate escalation, keeping equities and currencies like the Aussie and the Kiwi from deeper sell-offs. So now let's talk about the pound. Sterling found some support after the UK's latest jobs report showed a stronger than expected labor market. Unemployment held steady at 4.7%, while wage growth, though slightly cooling, remained robust at 5% year over year, excluding those pesky bonuses, of course. The data reinforces the Bank of England's cautious approach after last week's rate cut, with traders now eyeing Thursday's Q2 GDP print for further clues on the UK's economic resilience. The British pound US dollar currency pair held firm below the 1.345 level, but a breakout could be on the horizon if today's US inflation data surprises. And that brings us to the main event, US Consumer Price Index, the CPI, the inflation report. The July report is due at 12:30 GMT. I believe that's 8:30 New York time, 8:30 a.m. New York time. It's expected to show headline inflation ticking up to 2.8% annually, with core CPI rising to 3%. A hotter than expected print could force markets to dial back Fed rate cut bets for September, which are currently priced at an 84% probability. And that also gives the dollar a fresh boost. Conversely, a softer reading might revive hopes for multiple cuts this year, pressuring the greenback, of course. Fed speakers, including Barkin and Schmid, will also be in focus post-data, so expect volatility to extend into the afternoon. Elsewhere, the euro is clinging to the 1.16 handle against the dollar, with traders cautiously optimistic about potential U.S.-Russia talks later this week aimed at de-escalating the Ukraine conflict. Meanwhile, gold is licking its wounds after Monday's 1.5% plunge, trading just below the $3,350 per troy ounce level at risk as risk sentiment improves. And the U.S. dollar-Japanese yen currency pair is holding above the 148 psychological level, with the yen weighed down by dovish Bank of Japan signals and the broader dollar's resilience. So to recap, the RBA's cut and U.S.-China trade today set the tone early, but all eyes are now on the U.S. inflation data, and once again, a strong CPI could reignite the dollar's rally, while a miss may fuel risk appetite and revive gold's safe haven appeal. So stick around. We'll break that down, of course. Actually, if I remember right, I think it's just to get the time correct. So yeah, I was correct. 7:30 a.m. Central Time, 8:30 a.m. New York time for that U.S. CPI data. And that's about it. Yeah, Euro has a German zoo economic sentiment at 5 a.m. New York time, but The only other thing on the agenda today is Australia's wage growth index, the quarter-over-quarter reading at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, 9:30 p.m. New York time. So let's get back to it, and let's jump on some more charts. That's all I got from the news side.
But your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Welcome back, Tiger. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Yeah, the CPI numbers obviously might affect the trade I'm actually in, but we'll talk about that in just a while.
Well, you got 4 hours
Michael, you're
to
still busy
hopefully
then.
have it go in your favor.
Yeah. Good morning, Roger, Martin, Michael.
Hello, gents.
Michael GJ. I'm in the US dollar Swiss franc short.
Dollar Swiss short.
Maria,
Okay.
the faithful Maria's with us. Good morning, coaches. Good morning to you too, Maria.
Morning, Maria.
Everybody jump in.
Good morning, she says. Ooh, I got the caffeine rolling today, boy. Look out.
Oh, nice. Same
What a
here. I've
difference
had my second
24
cup
hours
now.
make.
I'm buzzing a little bit.
Good deal.
Right.
Cool.
So that's a lot of indicators, Coach Michael, says Victor. What do you say to that?
Oh man, I guess that's relative, right? Some would say. Others who have naked charts, yeah, they would definitely would think so. For myself,
Right.
man, these are my HD trading vision goggles. It helps me see everything.
There you go.
Night vision.
There you go.
Seeing through all
That's
that
one
mess.
way to look at it.
Seeing through the
I can
jungle
see-
that lies
I can
ahead.
see these tips right in my bank account. That's what it helped me do.
There we go.
That was a good reply.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
All right.
Yeah, I'm definitely liking this. I can't even lie. This is super close. Super close.
Euro NCD.
Yeah, I'm actually into this one the most. It has come down just a little bit more. We can get like a nice close and then like a pull back to this area. I'll probably smack it then. But I definitely want to grab it here. I don't want to grab it up here because, like I always say, this is too close to 1 for 1. That's really not that good. I want it to at least be somewhere around 1 1/4, right? Somewhere around here. This would be good.
Gotcha.
And I don't want to risk putting my
Monster.
All right, so when's
risk
that closing in
Put my
20
stop.
minutes?
a little bit lower.
Top of the
Below
hour.
the 200, but not. Yeah, hopefully it closes top of the hour and pulls back just a little bit. Hits my alert off, and I'll be in it.
Just can't get in early because you'll break your rules, right?
No. Yeah, and the R to R is just
I
slightly off.
call
Yeah. Or
Victor is saying, can you share more about how it works? Victor, please do stay around, hang around. Normally go through the charts looking for opportunities, sometimes execute some trades. Then we have a segment a little bit later where Michael actually goes through the entire strategy, like in real depth. So do stick around for that, as well as searching for opportunities based on his specific strategy. Going through all of the pairs, what he's looking at, what could be setting up, etc., etc. And again, like I mentioned, what all of those indicators mean.
Yeah, and I will say this too. It's actually two things that's happening here on the chart. We got the actual chart at the top, with just 4 simple EMAs, and then I have a indicator at the bottom, which is a TDI. So maybe together it looks like a lot, I guess. But yeah, they all mean something for sure. Then you got all this stuff to the side, right? Like this. Let's say all of this stuff over here. This is important information. Everything here is great info, like great insight. And more than anything, it keeps you out of a lot of bad trades, right?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I'll definitely get into it super deep, Victor.
Michael, I finally realized what your TDI reminds me of. It reminds me of on Ghostbusters when they're shooting the ghost, the stream coming out of their proton packs.
Uh,
So you're going to have to find a Ghostbuster, copy and paste it with a proton pack pointing to your left. That's perfect.
We'll change the name from my TDI to the Ghostbuster. Like, yeah, if you look at the
proton
Ghostbuster
pack
down
stream.
here.
PPS, proton pack stream.
Right.
I'm sure somebody sees what I see.
I see it. I know exactly what you're talking about, Tanya.
Yeah.
Old Ghostbuster fan.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
Had
good
all
one.
the figures
I see Maria says, yeah, it looks like spaghetti junction to some, but to the trained eye, it's magic. There you go. So you hit it right on the head. You hit it right on the head. But sweet. Well, yeah, I know. I don't know if you want to show something, Rich.
I just want to talk through a little Nasdaq trade I took about an hour ago. Not really have too much else to show other than that. I think Maria just asked, gold is really indecisive at the moment, so much so that even I can't figure out where it's going. Yeah, Maria, I think there might still be some more downside potential. We'll have a look at gold in just a short while. But yeah, those CPI numbers are definitely, I think, going to affect the direction from probably the remainder of the week potentially. So yeah, very difficult to say what's going to happen until those numbers come out. But yeah, guys, if you can share my screen, I'll quickly chat you through the Nasdaq chart, the setup that I've taken.
Nice.
My reasoning behind it. And yeah, also just wary that the CPI numbers will very likely affect the NASI. So the closer we get to those numbers, if I'm not in profit or not, actually not even in profit, or doesn't really matter, I'm going to close it out before those numbers come out. Any case, just looking here at a 5-minute time frame, let's go back 15 minutes, just get a little bit more perspective. You can see this recent high of yesterday almost made a double top with this high here on last week, right? That was Thursday last week. I'm hoping that it's not, going to be a double top and we see a deeper decline here. But that being said, it could be that we've seen of this move to the upside now. The sequence of a 1, a 2, potentially a 3. I'm calling it the 3 over here. I'll tell you now in a little bit. Maybe a 4. And then something like that, right? To break this high that was set last week, Thursday. So a 5-wave move upwards. If I have to look a little bit deeper into this, it does look like a first wave. I'm even using in this case, a modified pitchfork, which is the same as a channel. The reason I'm using that setting and not a shift or original, because if I do original, you can see price action has fallen outside the boundaries of that setting. If we go shift, a little bit better, right? But you can very, very quickly see that if you go to modified, how well price, by just selecting those 3 anchor points, been bouncing in between, finding support and resistance at these median lines, right? Now, this recent decline, actually, this was the lower low yesterday. And then this morning, price pulled to this low median line again and bounced to the upside. So what am I seeing here? I think if we're going to get another move upwards, this here formation gives me a little bit of a clue that this is potentially corrective. Whether it's over or needs to make another low, there's still a possibility for that. But I'm seeing all of this as corrective. And when I look at corrective structure, I always ask myself, which one might I be dealing with? What sort of usual characteristics is present here that might tell me what type of correction I'm dealing with? And if we look at this high over here, that looks like a three-wave move, right? Now we have this messy move to the upside. And this looks like a B, C, X, A, B, C. There we go, Tiger, that corrective structure in the direction of an actual trend, which is actually corrective in nature if I'm right about the pattern, right? So it did not give me a nice five-wave move to the upside. Just because of how overlapping it is. Maybe I'm completely wrong about it, but that's sort of fine. Price just broke above this previous high and immediately reversed to the downside. And this is a familiar pattern, potentially an A, a B, and a very volatile C wave, called a three, combination three in this case, and a five wave for C. Now, this might have ended, or price might just correct higher now and make another low and then go up, or I might be completely wrong about this and price just collapse lower. But working with that information and the reason that price actually this morning found a little bit of support at this lower median line and bounced higher. If I switch to a 5-minute time frame, it does look like we have a little bit of a five-wave sequence upwards here. This might just be corrective, and I'm hoping that this is not price making its way back up again. All right. Strong bounce up, and it was, where was it? Around about here that I got into this trade at 3:30 Eastern. So that was like half an hour before we started our session. And price pulled back into a little fair value gap, and that's where I got long. Now hoping that we're going to see a move upwards. Price has sort of been hovering around here at this previous highs, around about 23,588, 23,590. So clearly that's an area that would need to be cleared if I've got any hope for this to work out. That being said, maybe this is just a little A, B, C, hopefully, with price gearing up to go upwards from here. But let's see. That zone or fair value gap's been mitigated before. I'm hoping that it's still going to hold, but if it doesn't, then we might have a revisit of this median line. So my stop's actually below this low over here. And to be dead honest, if price breaks below this median line, closes below it, not wick, but closes below it, I'm probably going to get stopped out, and then I don't want to be in this trade anyway. So I'm long the Nazi at the moment. Price is hovering at my entry level. That's a setup over there. I just traded one lot. Again, stop loss at this previous low over here. And my target in this case would be yesterday's highs. And I might actually up this target a little bit so that it falls in line with this center median line. But I think that's being a little bit optimistic that price will get there during the morning session, just because we also have those CPI numbers coming out. So either going to get stopped out, or price is going to move in my favor, or price is going to run sideways. But either way, whatever happens, P&L wise, I'll probably pull this trade right before those figures or numbers come out. Anyway, so there we go. I'm long one lot on the Nazi. Then Maria, let's quickly have a look at gold for you. Let's just bring up the right chart here. There we go. Let's bring up a 1 hour. And I know, Maria, you probably know exactly what's going on here. I know you were short yesterday up to about 3330. That's where you think price could potentially move towards. I still think that is a possibility. So just to run through the analysis quickly, this sequence upwards here that started at the end of July, I counted as a 5-wave move up, and it was last weekish, sort of end of the week, that we expected either another small high to complete a fifth. The price obviously confirmed now that it wants to move lower, so we're sort of expecting a decline to unfold. This decline I'm still treating as corrective in nature. Whether now this is it, and then we move back upwards, or whether we're going to do something like this, then move upwards, I really can't tell you. So very messy price action. The CPI numbers are probably going to light a fire under gold's butt a little bit later. So whether it's going to continue declining or rocket back upwards, obviously can't tell you that. We are sitting with a big fair value gap here to the left. I believe that's on the 4-hour. It's a bit more clearer. Yeah, I think it's on the daily as well. That's obviously on the 1st of August when this occurred. So I was still saying that I'm not sure whether. What I want to say, I'm not sure. This is a bit of a wide fair value gap, is what I want to say. And because of this long range candle on that Friday, there's fair value gaps on the 1 hour, 4 hour, 15-minute, all that. So it is pretty wide, but it'll be interesting to see how price behaves when it gets into this, right? It's also why I got this pitchfork sloping lower, using the 3 most prominent anchor points prior to this decline. And this is how I came up with these zones. Price has been sort of running a little bit sideways after hitting that zone over there. It's just a low median line of this pitchfork, the blue one. And lower down, I've got another zone over there. I believe that's where Maria sort of thought price could move towards. And that will also bring us right into this big fair value gap that was formed by the scandal on the 1st of August. So, yeah, are we going to retrace the entire sequence of this move upwards, or are we just going to find support here somewhere? We'll have to just wait and see what price action does when those numbers do come out. So, yeah, you're right, Maria. No idea what's going to happen next. But, again, over the long run or on the bigger picture, I'm still bullish gold. It's just now a question, are we going to move higher, break to all-time highs sooner rather than later, or sit a little bit more through some messy price action for a bit longer, which I think is probably going to be the case. But let's see. Let's see if those CPI numbers, like Tiger said, was really bad, then we might see an aggressive move up from here if it sort of falls in line with expectations, or even improve. Then, gold might still move lower. So let's see. Right, that's me
Nice.
on the trade that I took on the Nazi, where gold is currently standing. So I don't know if you guys want to continue there. Maybe Michael or Tiger, if you've got anything to look at, be my guest.
Hey, good
Good
morning,
morning,
Renee.
Renee.
Nice.
Yeah,
Well,
only
if
other
anything,
thing I
if
was
you don't mind, Tiger, I could
I was
kind of
gonna
break
say I
down
can
the.
always. Well, I was just looking at the CPI, kind of the history of it. I was just
Uh-huh.
kind of looking at it here. I can pop it up on my chart real quick, just like the history of it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we'll take a quick peeky at this. Oh, hold on a second. I got to
Peeky, peeky.
Let's see what we got.
copy, paste. There we go. All right. So we are projected. So CPI has been looking pretty good overall ever since way back here in January of 2023, right? We had that really big spike, 6.5%. We dropped all the way to 3%. And then it just very slowly has been kind of grinded down. But, and this is one thing where the economists, as much as I dogged them last week, fellas, this is one report where they actually do a fairly decent job of forecasting and actually hitting forecasts, right? I mean, the red dots, that's their forecast. Obviously, the top of the blue bars is the actual numbers. So kudos to the economists. They're not necessarily like meteorologists when it comes to this one. So, but yeah, with all these little successive drops, everything in trading is chartable, even all these reports. So we valleyed out at 3%. We peaked at 3.7%. We valleyed at 3.1. We peaked at 3.5, and then we had a deeper valley, 2.4. And then we had a lower high, 3%, 2.3, and now today's forecast is 2.8. So still slowly making those lower highs, right? Now, assuming that is what we get today, which is the 2.8. It would obviously be a little bit lower than the 3%, than the 2.9% we had back in January and February. So I just thought that was of note, just to show people that, when it comes to interest rate declines, for the U.S., and obviously it's getting priced in pretty well, this is a good reason why it makes sense to do it. I mean, you've got arguments on both sides, raising interest rates, keeping them the same, declining interest rates. But that's a really good signal. And then one other thing was let me see here. I had one other thing I was looking at. Let's see here. Interest rate.
Hey guys, just excuse me quickly. I'll be back now.
Sure. Wage growth. Okay. Yeah, this is what I was wanting to look at right here. So I'm going to copy one more little chart just to show the argument for the interest rate decline. Right?
Right.
So this number here is the wage increase history of late. Right? So this is January of 2024 until current, right here. So I'm trying to line that up perfectly, right? So we got January 5th of 2024, and then we got January 5th up here, or January. So the cool thing with this chart, Michael, and this is something I was looking at recently, is with our inflation coming out anywhere from 3.4% to today's forecast, which is 2.8%. Look at the growth. Look at the wage increase. You got 4.3% to like 3.6 at the lowest. So basically, your average hourly earnings is higher than the target the inflation, right?
Right.
That's a good thing. So when they talk about real wage growth, that's a good thing right there. I mean, you're averaging basically, 1% to 1.2, 1.3% growth above and beyond how fast the inflation is, is raising. So thought I'd throw that out there. If those numbers were in reverse, we'd have an issue. But we don't. If you're just comparing real wage growth with the actual inflation. So that's a good thing. That means more money in the pockets of people, right? Here in the U.S. anyway. Right. So obviously we're just isolating the U.S. But yeah, just wanted to show that. And yeah, as long as that inflation number stays under the real wage growth, hey, that's a good thing for the economy. So just thought I'd share that. I didn't know if anybody had really looked at numbers kind of like that, just to kind of compare. So, but yeah, that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing.
Good stuff.
Should be a
Good stuff.
And then I think that was about all I had for the moment, gents. Yeah, still got the dollar at 46%. So yeah, if we could get a strong number on the inflation report, to benefit the currency, then that obviously does hurt the consumer. As always, I lean on the side of let's give everybody a discount on what they buy every day, right? Whether it goes up, whether it goes down, there's a way for us to trade it. But yeah, I mean, I'm just like everybody else. I'd rather see the inflation go down because I'm a consumer in the U.S. too, right?
Oh yeah. Like Maria was saying there, although she's British, the US paves the way for the rest of us. When I used to trade the all share index here, which is the trades on Johannesburg Stock Exchange.
All right, so I'm sorry. My bad, guys.
Yeah,
I am gonna go ahead and take this trade. I'm gonna move my stop up a bit. I'm gonna go to last
That's
swing,
good news.
and then I am gonna take this.
It's 4 o'clock.
I'm gonna throw half on now. Hope we can get this pullback, and I'll throw the other half on.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. I'm gonna share my full screen here.
Yeah.
So we can get into this trade really quick.
Get into that trade.
My screen wants to share. That'd be great. Oh, okay.
And while you're getting your screen shared, Michael G, I saw you were in USD Swiss franc shorts. So I'm just curious where you're in and where your target is. Maybe we could look at dollar Swiss here in a little bit. Maybe what time frame you trade on, right? So, yeah, put that in the chat, and then after Coach Michael's done with what he's about to buy, maybe we can take a look at that.
Yeah, I want to put my stop here at 95.70 on EN. Okay, here we go. Cool. So 95.70 is what I want to put my stop at. Right, and I only put on half at this particular point. So I'm going to go ahead and buy this now. And as you see, I have my stop here, which makes sense now. We got this huge shift candle versus all the way down here below this last swing. So they did change the R to R. So I am able to get in around here now. So that's good. 95.70. And then target 1 will be around here. Right, so this TP zone is like 96.60 rather. Okay, so 96.60. So we just come back on and put this on at 96.60. 96.60. Boom. Right, and then the next thing we need to do is let's just put this alert up a little bit. See if we can get this second position on here with a small pullback. This will do us really good because this is going to be risking 1 for 2.5. Now this might not happen obviously, but this would be pretty much the next pullback zone. So I do want to see it pull up here, grab this order, and then kind of go ahead and take off. All right, and that is around this 95, 93 area. Right, so I'm not going to put a pending on, but once this gets back here, I'll just go ahead and manually take it. If it gets back here, that is, because it might not. But we are in at 96.12. So let's scoot this back up to 96.12. $6.12 is about right here. All right. So yeah, risking $1 for $1.20. Not the best, not the worst. I really love 1.5s, but we'll take this. I don't want to miss this setup, and I don't want to put the full position on right now because this could easily pull back to this area. This is really where I want to get my position on that. So we'll see how this pans out. But this would be target 1. Remember, I always like to target the ADR high, but that second target would be somewhere around here, targeting these highs. Right, and that one will give us $1.60. So we'll see how it goes. I'm not just going to take my order off here. I do have it on here, but I'm gonna end up trailing this, especially if this ends up pulling back. Right. So, yeah, I'll be honest. This might just go ahead and shoot up, and I never get a pullback. But I can't risk putting my full position on right here if it does.
Yeah.
Right. I'd much rather be patient and see if it pulls back. We call this the footy position. Like putting your dipping your toe in the water. You know, making sure it's nice and warm and satisfying before you just jump all in the water.
Right.
Right. But we'll see. If this thing starts to pull back even a little bit, it should. We'll grab this again. So right now we have on half my position, and this is a solid setup because again, mainly is we have the 4-hour confirmation. Price has already closed above, right? So this will be pretty good. So we'll see how this one goes. So sorry about that. I just wanted to jump into this really quick because this is right. This looks good.
Just right.
Yeah.
Well, not trading related, but when it comes to jumping in a pool, if it's cool or cold, I got to jump in all the way, like just right off the bat.
Yeah.
Without even thinking about it. My ex-wife, and she's Mexican, of course. She would sit at the edge of the pool and just tiptoe, and it would take her 30 minutes to get in the pool. Because here in Kansas, in the early part of the spring, the later part of the summer, it gets a lot cooler. And she would just sit there for 20, 30 minutes and just tiptoe in. I'm like, just jump in. It's going to suck really bad for 1 second, and then that's it. You're golden.
Right. Yeah, I'm the same. I can't get into a pool slowly. I need to jump in.
Jump right on in.
So I guess we all agree with that one because that's definitely something. I have to like even when it's a notates here, right? Like some people just like to go around the other way because there's always a cliff to jump off right into the water. Some people just like to go down the stairs and test the water out, make sure there's nothing in there. I'm like, no, it's gonna take you forever to get in if you don't just jump in.
Yeah, that's true. Chat, did you jump in or you?
Nice, Michael. Let's hope it works out there for you.
Yeah.
Guys, I just want to make a quick announcement again to everyone that's in the chat there, whether you're new or just joining us again. Again, thanks for joining, number one. Number two, we'll be giving away another 10K challenge account during today's morning session. So please do stay tuned. If you've not won yet, today might be your lucky day. However, there are a few steps that you would need to follow to be eligible for this prize. Excuse me. They'll be popping up on the screen momentarily. So the first thing you need to do is please make sure that you subscribe to both Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global YouTube channels. Continue commenting during this live session. And very importantly, point number 3, make sure that your email's in your YouTube bio so that we can actually contact you with all your account details to get you set up, right? So if you haven't won just yet, today might be your lucky day. There'll also be more prizes given away during later sessions after we finish ours today. So again, winners will be selected live. We generally do that around about 6 a.m. Central. So again, do stay tuned for that. Please go and follow those steps if you want to win today's first prize. And good luck. Might be a lucky day.
Good luck. That's right.
Time to bust open an old cappuccino.
Oh, there you go. Cheers to that caffeine break.
Mm-hmm.
I got the Mio energy in water. It gets me the spark. It's the Aldi. It's the off-brand. It's the Aldi's version, which is what we have here is a cheap supermarket or cheap market.
Aldi's.
Same ingredients.
When I I always went to Aldi. Aldi's a hidden gem. Aldi, what's the other one? It's another one just like that.
Dollar Tree has groceries.
Not Dollar Tree. It's another brand of Aldi.
Oh, I don't know. I can't think off the top of my head,
I'm
dude.
sure
But
there's
I
oldies, and
used.
I've seen oldies in Europe, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere as well.
Oh, okay. Well, when I was growing up in the '90s, in the mid '90s, all that they had at Aldi's at the time was always Save brand of everything. It was like the yellow boxes of
Mhm.
everything, and it just tasted so cheap. And so, yeah, I never thought anything of it until one of my friends here in the Kansas City area started telling me about Aldi's, and I was always like, "Always Save? Why do you like that?" And he said, "It's totally different. They totally went through a marketing revamp, and it's literally
Hmm.
the same ingredients, the same food or same whatever that the bigger chains use. They just all they do is just redo the marketing. They just put brand new marketing for Aldi's brand on there, surplus, excess goods, whatever. So anyway, yeah, you're right. It's a hidden gem,
No,
as far as I can see.
Aldi literally is great. When I was younger, I used to live in Illinois, and that was only an up north thing. Like you only found an Aldi up north, but nowadays it seems to be everywhere.
Yeah,
Man, I cannot think of the
yeah,
name of the other brand. It's another. It's a grocery store. It's just like Aldi. Um, I
yeah.
can't think of it. I'm gonna have to ask ChatGPT.
Can't think. Dollar
Good
Tree,
old ChatGPT. I'll
a
Google it.
couple other ones that have groceries, but anyway.
Anyway, when I randomly
Right.
blurt out the name randomly in the session, you guys will know I found it.
Oh yeah, yeah. It'll come to you.
Right. Cool, cool. Well, yeah, we are just kind
Cool,
of
cool,
hanging
guys.
out, waiting for
What
this
else are
to
you looking at
get
there,
through.
Michael?
Yeah. Besides this one, not too much, guys. I'll be honest. Kind of a weird, funky type of deal going on here. I'm looking at this US 30. I don't have any alerts set on it
Hmm.
just yet. I kind of want to wait until New York session comes on over. But
Yeah.
yeah, I would want to see something like this pan out, right? And this might not even work, which is the craziest thing. But let's see if we can get something at nice close below this and target these
Oh,
lows
wow.
here. This will make sense to me, right? This will make sense. But I want this to close like a nice close below this, not just these baby little wicky candles. Like, let me get a nice, strong shift candle that closes below all of this, mainly below this structure right here,
Mhm.
right? Then I
Right.
could really see myself taking these. All right. So not far, not close though, because at the same time, I still want to see the market baseline scroll come down like this, right? And then also this RSI line and signal line come up. So I need these two lines to be above this market baseline and then drop, which it's not doing. Right. So that'll probably take a second, to be totally honest. Um, so yeah, kind of slim pickings for me for today.
Very cool
Um,
how it's sort of like you mentioned yesterday, show the pattern as well. Like in that case, like an ugly inverted heads and shoulder pattern. If you look
yeah.
at your indicator in the bottom there, where it actually leaves the bands
Yeah.
with your head there, yeah,
Exactly. This part right here.
your
This is how I
shoulder,
knew.
yeah.
This literally, yeah. This is why I said yesterday. I'm like, yeah,
Mm.
they gonna trick you with that one. A lot of people took this short, especially when they seen this big drop. But no, you had this outside the band. That let me know,
Yeah.
as I pointed out yesterday, right? If you have it like this, if you have a shoulder and then you have the head, you can't take this trade yet. It's one more move that's gonna come that you're really waiting on, right? Which would be this move here,
Gotcha.
and then you can take it,
Mm.
right? So we're kind of right around that neckline,
Christopher,
right? Like right around here.
mm. Well, let's see.
Right.
Probably going to move with those CPI numbers, right? We'll have to wait and see.
Right. That's probably what it's waiting on.
Christopher Doyley, what's up, buddy? Welcome back. He's asking what's your guys' analysis on gold. We looked a little bit at gold from my side a little while back. I'm still thinking lower as well. Maybe you can have a look at gold for him, Michael.
Oh yeah. So on gold,
I think we're all pretty much saying we want it lower, right?
Cheaper. Yeah.
Or you're really
we want
looking
cheaper,
for an up. Yeah.
cheaper gold prices.
Yeah, if this continues like this, I won't lie, I'll end up passing on it because I don't want it to be too low. I don't want this to cross like this.
To cross, yeah.
Yep. Once that does, to me, that's more short than long. Just how when I got the 5,200 cross to the upside, remember the upside is always the blue 50 line. EMA is above the white, right? So I'll be looking for that pattern to go long. But if it's the other way around, let's kind of go back here, right? Once this happens and we get this 5,200 cross downside like this, where the white is above the blue, I'm not long anymore. I'm short. Right. 50 above. Yeah. This one I'll be looking for M structures off this 200. So if this changes, my entire bias is going to change too. Then at that point I'll be looking for something completely the opposite, basically. Which I'll be honest, I'm not really into shorting gold. Is Bitcoin and gold, I'm not too happy to short those. I'll probably just step away and just pass. All right. At this point, I would be looking for more something like this and then a drop. TDI down
Christopher,
here.
we're also saying the CPI numbers today will obviously, as you know, or very likely, should I say, affect gold.
You know it will.
Might set the tone for the remainder of the week, directionally wise.
Yep.
Got a little little discussion about interest rates. Looks like there's a couple arguments there. Just thought I would touch on that. Yeah, with interest rates, less interest rates means cheaper interest. Cheaper interest. I think every point or every point is something like 300 and something billion in repayments. So it's a fine line. It's just like interest. It's just like inflation itself, right? You want to have low inflation, but you don't want to have zero. Got to have a balance here. That's why the benchmark rate is 2%, right? I'm not an economist, but I mean it makes sense to me. If you drop the interest rates, then it's just cheaper. It's cheaper interest to pay back. Right.
Yeah, I believe there was a lot of pressure on Powell to do that as well, right? And he was just
hundreds of billions.
I mean, obviously got his reasons for that. But from President Trump himself, he was rather, upset with Powell that he's not considered reducing it just yet. So, we don't want to get into politics. I just traded charts. Right. Whatever happens next happens. At least from a trading perspective, we can trade up or down. It doesn't really bother me whatsoever, to be dead honest with you.
That's exactly how I was
You're right.
in that.
Tiger, we want things to be cheaper for the people. We don't want to be paying more for things. I think the life's tough enough, right? Things getting more and more expensive. It's like the other day, goodness. I think even weekly when we go shopping, me and my wife to take turns. Sometimes we go together. We're two young, very hungry boys in the house. Believe me, when you see the increase in just food, fuel, everything on a weekly basis, especially if you have a family. Now I can imagine we sort of at least sort of middle upwards, I would say, but those people that really suffer in the lower income brackets, it is just extremely tough. So we don't really want higher interest rates. We want it lower. We want what's good for the people. And whether politicians will allow that to happen, who knows? I don't know. But, we'll see.
Yeah, but no, you're exactly right. I mean, we don't have to be. Thank God, we don't have to be. We don't have to be economists. I mean, we just trade the price action, whether it's up, down, sideways. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
But
Right.
true.
the beauty of it.
No, it's insane. It's insane. Like that's one thing I'll say. Like from being over here to being there is, I mean, a lot of my friends, they're like, I go to the grocery store, I get 4 bags of food, and it costs $200, like something crazy. And it's like, what in the world is happening? Right? Like, yeah. And even to the point, some of those stores have like the afterpay for groceries. It's like, if you have to get food, actual food that you need on a loan, basically, this is not a good sign, in my opinion. This is
Oh
not
no,
good.
absolutely no.
Right? Like, you can imagine having to pay your groceries in 4 payments. It's like, what? They shouldn't even. Yeah, they should
And
offer it
people
if they
do that.
need it.
Yeah,
But
unfortunately.
it's just that's insane. That is insane to me. Like, what in the world is going on? Right? Yeah.
We're human, and we
Yeah.
just adjust, right?
Right.
Anyhow,
Definitely getting pretty into it.
maybe Michael, you can go through some of the. We got a little poll going, guys. How's the market vibe after CPI today? Risk on rally or risk of retreat? A choppy mess or flat and quiet? I've got a sneaky suspicion it's going to be rather volatile. Who knows? Who knows? You think the market's going to do one thing, and then it does the other.
I mean, there's something
Even if
Right.
the news or the numbers are supposed to point to one thing rather than the other, very often behaves opposite to that. We call it manipulation, whatever the case might be.
I just remembered the name of it. It's actually I didn't remember. I looked at it. Yeah, it's called Trader Joe's.
Oh, Trader Joe's, yeah. Well, that's a lot
Trader
pricier
Joe's.
than all. Yeah, that's a higher end place. No, that's a good place though.
Okay.
I used to go there all the time too. Yep, good stuff.
That
Good
was giving me
organic.
what I would call a brain fart. You know how you can't remember something and like, this is gonna irk my nerves if I cannot remember the name of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do hate that. It's just like a blank. He doesn't want to come back, but eventually it does, like at the oddest times as well.
Yeah.
Well, then you remember
My favorite chips and salsas actually from there. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah, my sister's a Trader Joe fiend. She lives in Jersey, like right by New York, I believe, or somewhere around there. Yeah, her and my mom are Trader Joe fiends. Like,
Yeah.
insane. Before we moved here, we would be big Whole Foods fans, but only because the building we lived in, it was literally a Whole Foods at the bottom of the building. That was one of the selling points of moving there. Oh, they got a Whole Foods at the bottom. You don't have to go to the grocery store. It's literally right downstairs.
Right. Michael, maybe now's a good time to explain a little bit what's going on there with all those indicators of yours.
Yeah, let's do
Unless
that.
you have
Let me
something else
see.
to go through there. I know.
No, I was thinking
Victor
to go ahead and do that.
Probably have some more people
Yeah,
wondering.
then I can kind of go through all the pairs after the break, like normal. But yeah, let's definitely do that so we can kind of break this down for everybody. But yeah, so let's go through this jumble of mess, right? Right, what it looks like. So up here, obviously, we have, and I'm gonna make this a little bit larger, but obviously here we have on the chart is up here, right? And from the chart, we have the EMAs, right? And I have this red one is the 13 EMA. I'll say light blue one. Light blue is the 50 EMA. The white one is the 200 EMA. And then it's dark blue one, or I guess royal blue. Let's put royal blue. Royal blue is the 800 EMA, right? And I use all of these in conjunction to kind of like landmarks, in essence, to kind of figure out where price is actually going, right? Some people I would say, like, I guess have something where, oh, if these two EMAs cross, you buy. If they cross up, you buy. If they cross down, you sell, right? So maybe something like that you could say. I like to believe it's a much more advanced version of that.
Oh yes.
Right? Because it's not just the EMA is crossing and you buy or sell, right? Like I'm actually putting levels within this, right? So let's say, for example, when I have this blue one crossing the red one, right? So that will be the 13 crossing the 50, right? Blue's crossing the red. I know that I am in level one. Level one, and I'll just put long. Why? Because the red is above the blue. There will never, ever be a time where I would short this move like this because it's just out of whack. It's literally backwards. It's like wearing your shirt on your legs and your pants on your top. It's backwards. It looks weird to me. I would never do that. Right? So this is how I can tell this is level one long. Then right after that, I'm looking for this second cross, which would be this 50 crossing the 200. Right? From this point, I know I am in level 2 long. Right? So L2, and I'll put long here as well. Right? So I'm using these in combination to kind of see what level I'm in. And once I can figure out what level I'm in, I can see what move I'm looking for. Whether that's level 1 trades typically have a bounce off the 50. Right? And then my level 2 trades will have a bounce off this 200, which is why I'm looking for this M structure off this 200 EMA. Now I'm using the 800 EMA more or less for just to make sure this is a strong price level, so I don't want to not have it on there. Believe it or not, for a while I didn't have the 800 on there, and then randomly price would like bounce off something, or it would, like, we can even look at this now. There's no coincidence that out of all this space that we have here, price is moving all fine. Then as soon as we get to this area here, it's acting funny now. Right at the 800 EMA. Yeah, it's not a coincidence. The 800 EMA is a very, very, very strong support level. So I like to have it on there. And then it also helps me with what they would call resets, right? Is where price may touch this area, and instead of it continuing to go down, it might reset off this level and continue to go higher. So I like to have 800 on there as well. So at the top, that's what the chart is, right? These EMAs. No, it seems like a lot, but actually not really. If I were to take off all these 4 EMAs, it would be a naked chart. Nothing else would be on here. Now, these other things that you have, that you see on here, these are actually part of the template. But let's say this orange dotted area here, all right? This is what I would call the ADR. ADR, right? And the ADR is the average, like this, average daily range, right? A lot of people use the ATR, which makes sense as well. This is a version of that, right? I'm typically targeting the average daily low or the average daily high on all my setups. So that would typically be one of the areas that I'm either definitely moving my stops to break even, depending on the setup, or I'm definitely deciding to take something off, right? Maybe take some partials. If it's later in the day, 3, somewhere around there, I'm definitely just going to go ahead and take it off. Especially if it starts hovering around that area, that's typically when, all right, price is going as far as it's going to go for the day, right? That's why it's average daily range. And then lastly on here, and there's always 2, right? So the average daily range high, average daily range low, right? And then the last thing that you probably see here on these charts is this dashed blue line. I call this the blue tracer, right? This is just basically yesterday's high or yesterday's low. So let's put yesterday's high or yesterday's low. I like to know the high of yesterday. I like to know the low of yesterday. All right, those are also great either areas of resistance where price will probably bounce off of, or oh, we got this pullback area, guys.
Oh,
So
we
with that
heard
being
it.
said,
I was just
let's
like, is that
Money
follow
me?
move.
that.
What's happened?
Is that your
See,
other
this is the
position?
importance of having on. Yeah, this is the importance of having on alerts, right?
Yeah.
So let's do this again. Price is at. We're still gonna do the 95.70. We'll just come on over here and enter this second position at 95.70. Right, 95.70. And I'm just putting my other half of my position on, which is great. This is actually where I want to be at. You see how patience pays? Just be a
Cheaper
little
price.
patient. Yes. Right. So, awesome. So now we talking. This is almost a 3-for-1, right? Same target. 80, as you can see, I'm targeting this ADR high right here. Right. So we'll just put this at 96.60. Just kind of front run it just a little bit. 96.60. TP 96.60. Sweet. So we are in there. Now, with that being said, now I want to put the rest of these alerts on here. Right? I don't want to see this go too much further than this. That means I'm wrong on this trade.
No.
So I'll just put coming back. I don't want to. I want to make sure I know what's happening. And I always just put these alerts on here. I'm just an alert person. I like to know because I'm looking at so many pairs. I don't want to forget or step away.
Yeah.
Whatever the case may be, and forget about it. So, and then I think I mentioned too that I have the Trading View app on my phone, and the notifications come to my Apple Watch. So I could be chilling in the pool with my daughter, watching TV, whatever the case may be, and I can get an alert saying, "Hey, you might want to move your stop loss to break even. Hey, TP smack." You know. So that's my way of keeping my a beat on the market.
That's the
without
best
actually
message.
having to.
TP smack.
Yeah, for sure. But
You said that one halfway too, that you already do that, so right? Halfway to profit.
Yep. So, and this next zone would be typically right here. I was just going over this blue tracer, and I was saying this is not a resistance zone, so to speak, but this is yesterday's high. I want to be mindful of this area, right? So, with that being said, I just want to have my stop loss to break even around this area right here, right? Once you get there, I'll just take some off, move my stop loss to break even, just in case it did something funky, right? Like come up here,
Gillette.
just bounce. Yeah, right. Whatever it does, I'm not too much worried about it.
Good stuff.
Let me delete this. Oh, I want to try to delete that. Let me get this back on here. Cool. I'll go ahead and finish up on the other point here. All right, great. Sweet. All right, so we're looking good on that. All right, so back to what I was pointing out here. What was I drawing that on? I think that was gold.
Yeah, gold. You were on gold.
Okay, yeah. Like, wait, where was I drawing that at? All right, so yeah, the blue tracer that I was just mentioning, again, is yesterday's high or yesterday's low, right? So that's basically everything on my chart, which again is at the top. So that's the first half, right? And then the second half would be everything down here, right? Which is what I call, or which is called TDI, which is the Traders and index, right? And within here, there's a few EMAs as well. I'm sorry, a few indicators here too. So let's do the blue. You guys can probably tell this, but these are the Bollinger. I can't spell Bollinger. Bollinger bands.
B-O-L-L.
B-O-L-L-I-N-G.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Bollinger sounds
good. The blue. Right. What else we got here? This purple is the RSI line. All right. Then we got this. I guess this is red. Is the signal line. Whoops. Signal line. Then we got this yellow, is what I call the market baseline, right? MBL. And then this, I'll say dotted white, is the static line. All right. Look, I'm doing a whole dissertation on my template.
That's what it's called.
Right. So these blue lines, again, as you can see, is the bull band. I typically want to see price stay within it, just like any regular Bollinger Band. That kind of just shows price within and out. Okay, cool. I'll go over to GJ here in a second. Right. Then the purple line would be the RSI line, as I mentioned. That's basically price. Like I just want to see price stay within bands. Anytime it's
We lose Michael.
Hey, Michael. A little bit. It's always around the same time. When
oh yeah, you said that happens once a week.
Yeah, always the same time, roundabouts. Starlink.
I didn't realize.
You want to switch to your charts, Tiger? I can look at crude oil quickly. We're going to switch to my charts.
Yeah.
And we'll just continue the show. Show you what I'm looking at here on WTI. Still bearish, WTI, crude oil. I mean, it's been an absolute mess. It's very volatile. Crude oil's historically been like that. But if I have to pick a direction here, I think short, right? Got a pitchfork, and for some reason, don't ask me why, the modified pitchfork setting works the best with crude oil. I'm not sure why, but something I've known about for a very long time. So we're looking at this decline that started the end of last month, right? Broke below previous area of support, pulled back into it a few times. This is what this red zone is over here. And then even on the internal side of things, if I just had to, maybe delete some of this. If you run a little channel horizontally, or at the same angle as the bigger pitchfork here, and you go and paste that upper limit to one of these areas where price has missed, let's restart this again. So I can talk through this properly. Let's get rid of the magnet mode, which can be an irritation sometimes. And let's run a channel to start off parallel to the larger pitchforks angles. Again, we're looking at horizontal, not horizontal, but angular support and resistance here using market geometry, right? Look at this low over here. We had multiple closes on that line there. Look at that high over there. One could say price has been respecting that there, and if we can get a pullback back to that area, retest of this mess that we've seen on the left here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And if we can
All right,
get,
I'm back.
hey Michael,
Hello.
I'm just going through crude oil quickly.
I am getting a
If we
minus
can
4
get-
score on oil. Richard
Yeah.
too. Minus 4.
Yeah,
It's
so-
neutral, but it's close. So yeah.
where's
close.
that move higher? That first one higher, maybe something like this: an A, a B, and another move higher into that area. Again, you see, I've already got a alert level set just below 63.80. So if we can get a nice move back into this area, take out all of these highs within that area that was previously support, might act as resistance this time around. Actually, price tested a few times. Hopefully it gets rejected again. Maybe look at, let's say, a 50-minute time frame. Do we get like a bearish engulfing from that area after price, run its course into where I believe it needs to go? Sign of weakness, get in, try to see if we can short WTI to the downside. All right, so
Michael's a naughty stepchild. The oil, kind of like his Starlink.
Right.
yeah, I'm trying to teach you a lesson, Michael.
Please do.
It's not
Please
been
do.
behaving
Thank
for
you.
quite some time now.
Yes. Thank
All
you.
right. Okay.
That's
Yeah, Michael, back to you. Sorry, we lost you there for a sec. All good. So I just thought I'll quickly show what I'm seeing on WTI, but more than welcome to continue.
Yes. Let me get my screen pulled back up here. Looks like this EN trade dipped right into that area that we was looking for, and it's pulling on off of it. So that's good. Second position is looking pretty good. But yeah, let me finish up here on
Okay.
gold with my markups here.
TDI.
Kind of get into it. But yeah, so yeah, the Bollinger Bands I was mentioning, and I got to the static. Yeah, so the static line basically is this dotted 50 line in the back. And anytime you see price go below it, you'll notice that the yellow price / market baseline will go below it as well. So yeah, seems like a lot. Explaining it, I guess it is a lot, a little bit. But yeah, okay, then we can get into this part over here, just to kind of finish it on off, right? HOD obviously is high of day. I can easily tell. I don't have to measure it or look at it. I can easily see what the high of day number is, right? And it also says how many pips away it is, right? I can easily see LOD is the low of the day. Right? I can see the number and I can see how many pips away it is. So I don't have to measure it. I can just glance right to the right and see that exact number. TDR, which is today's daily range. So there's a range of, as you can see, around 1600. YDR is yesterday's daily range. So yesterday's range was a bit tighter. Yesterday was Sunday, so that explains a lot. WAR is the weekly average daily range. So for the week, what's the average daily range? I can easily see that number. And then, of course, WH, which is the weekly high. I want to make sure I'm not trying to trade past that level, so to speak, because it may or may not work out. It's like buying at the high. And then the same thing, weekly low, right? WL, weekly low. I can see that number and how many pips away it is as well. So, yeah, that's my dissertation on my chart setup and what's going on here, right? But yeah, guys, I'm kind of using all of this in conjunction, right, with what I want to see. And then I know we only got about 15 more minutes, guys. So after the break, I'm going to end up going through all the pairs, and you can see how I'm going to use. I'm going to delete this now because it's a lot. How I'm going to use all of this in conjunction with this market maker cycle.
Watch list.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Create my watch list so you guys can kind of see why those levels matter, right? How I mentioned earlier, 1350 cross, I'm in level 1, looking for some type of bounce off the 50, break below this area, retest it, and then drop. I'm all up right here. And then just like today, we have a 5200 cross. We know we're in level 2, so I'm looking for one of these patterns to occur. At the top is obviously shorts, so M's, half bat short, head and shoulder short. V's, you're saying no to the V, right?
Oh, the V.
And then obviously, same thing on the other side, right? Just the other way around. So that's my rationale for why I'm actually in Euro NZD now. Right.
Good stuff.
We have this 5200 cross, right, to the upside, as I mentioned. So we know we're in level 2. Right. Then I'm looking for some type of structure off this 200 EMA, which is why I'm going long now off this structure. Right. We got some type of funky, one can see this as some huge W to the upside. That's how I see this. Right. So there's a method to the madness, I guess. And yeah, this is how I see it. It's funny, I've been looking at this for so long, like I'm talking about, man, more than 8 years. So for me, it just looks regular. Looks super regular.
Yeah.
The eyes are trained.
You get used to seeing the same boring thing every day. It's it just burns into your retinas after a while, right?
Yep. They say once you see it, you can't
for those
unsee it.
tigers in the jungle.
Right.
Night vision.
But no, it's interesting how that out of all places, it literally, like you guys can see this red wick. Now, of course, this can continue to come on down and stop me out, obviously, but the pullback area was right here. This, once price broke above this little area right here, in essence, it does want to pull back to this area and then continue long. That's why right here was a great second position. Right? Like literally somewhere, anywhere in this zone.
Yeah. Because it could have been that wick, or it could have been the candle to the right's wick, right? You just never know.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but yes, sir. This would be that. I guess I can actually take us to the break with a few more examples here.
Yeah, just quickly on that, Michael. To all our viewers, just a quick reminder: we will be giving away that 10K challenge account during the session, probably after the break, right? So maybe just slightly after the break. We normally take a break for your interest between midway through the session, so that's from 5 to 5:15 Central. Am I right? Always get confused with my time zones here.
Yes.
But again, if you haven't won yet and you want to win today's first challenge of the day, it's a 10K challenge account. Please make sure that you subscribe to both our Hola Prime TV and Global YouTube channels. Keep on commenting during these sessions. And again, make sure that you got your email in your YouTube bio so we can actually reach you with that account details. And if you follow those steps, we'll be more than happy to select a winner based on that. We will select winners that have not won previously. So if you want to win today's prize, then today might be a lucky day. Just go follow those steps. And again, we'll announce the winner after today's break. Back to you, Mark.
Yes. Awesome. You guys make sure you follow those steps, get that account. We got a lot of people in here who already won one. So that's proof in the pudding, guys. We're giving them away like hotcakes, as Rich would say.
Hotcakes.
Hotcakes.
There are a few new names in here so that I do not recognize. So if you haven't done so already, make sure you follow the steps.
Yep. All right. So we now 1.3 into EN. Let's see how this works out. USD. Okay, cool. All right, so let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I'm feeling and not feeling US 30 at the same time. Like I just don't like when the 800 EMA is in the way because it literally just messes up everything. Right? I just want to point something out. I pointed this out last week when I said you always want to close below the 800 because this will happen. It'll bounce off of it. That's one example right there. All right. If you were waiting for the close below the 13 and you were trying to take the trade right in front of the 800 EMA, you got messed up right here. You got messed up again right here. Right. Yes, this one closed. This did close below the 13, the red 13, and it also closed below the 800 EMA. But as I mentioned, what do we have on the TDI? That's why they need to agree. They got to agree. Right? We have outside the band. That's outside structure. They want to make one more pass at this. Right? So you'd have been messed up 3 times. Most people, if you take the trade once, you're like, you're hesitant to take it again. Twice, you're really hesitant to take it again. I highly doubt if you took the trade 3 times in a row and you were wrong, that you would take the next setup. You just wouldn't.
Just take the day off.
Unless you're a degenerate gambler.
I would have thrown in the towel by then. I would have at least.
Yeah.
Take a lap.
Right. So it's tough to keep taking these trades when it just isn't right. But the rule set, guys, and this is what I really want to explain. This kept me out of 1 bad trade, 2 bad trades, 3 bad trades already. So if this does set up the right way, right, I have no problem executing because I haven't lost any mental capital or physical capital off this setup just by sticking to the rules, right? So again, if we can get one nice shift candle to close below this area right here, right, something like that, this trade is good to go. I will be all over it, right? And of course, I can still be wrong. But the point is, I'll be wrong 1 time versus being wrong 4 times.
Yeah.
Right? Just by sticking to the rules. Right? This would be a nice, nice 2 for 1. Almost 2.5 for 1. Right? Just into the rules. And again, this is a beautiful head and shoulders pattern right off this 200. If you take a look at this, take a mental snapshot. Right, this setup looks just like, and I have this weird, I mark up so many charts, I remember a lot of when it happened, right? But same thing, this happened on USD CAD.
Might have to write an ebook on all of this, Michael. Publish it on Amazon.
Yeah. But Michael, something that I've kind of thought about, like with your TDI, with your EMAs, it's, I think, correct me if I'm wrong when I say this, but it's kind of like the way I use volume, the way I use RSI. It's to filter out trades, and you said it perfectly just then. You didn't take 3 of those trades because it filtered out the bad ones. So. At the end of the day, though, for everybody watching in the chat, we're placing our trades from the price action itself, the naked chart.
Yeah.
But the EMAs in his case, the TDI, and the same thing with me and RSI volume, we're not taking trades from the indicators. We're filtering out trades that we would normally take just from looking at the chart itself. So hopefully that kind of makes a little more sense. It's nothing more than a filter to filter out the bad ones, right? But
filter out the bad ones, identify the opportunities.
The trade is taken from.
It's a weird thing, right? Because typically you think you're looking to take trades, right? Like it's a weird oxymoron thing that's happening. Like you think you're looking at the charts to take trades, and in actuality, we're doing the opposite. I'm looking at the charts and I'm just observing, and I'm really looking for reasons not to take the trade. And if there's no reason to not take the trade, it's made it through that filter, right? Then I'm all over it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's
you
exactly
kind of imagine
kind of how I look at it. Yeah.
I guess like a sales filter bit, right? Like something like this, right? You come in at the top of the funnel, right?
Yep.
You finally make it. All right, you made it through that first one. All right, I know I'm in, let's say, I don't know. This is a horrible example. I'm kind of doing this on the fly, so.
I've seen so many sales funnels. Yeah.
Yep. All right. So okay. So no news. Great. I made it to the next level. Right. L1 or L2. Okay. Great. You're in L1 or L2 at this point. I'm continue going down my funnel. Right. Let's say pattern. Right. And I'm just in essence doing something just like this. Right. We can just say entry. Right. I don't know. Again, this is a bad example, but I'm literally filtering out what's going on, right? Like,
no, that's perfect. Yeah.
Right.
For on the fly, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good example. Yeah, it is a funnel. That's it. It's just like a sales funnel. Filter out the bad prospects, right? The bad sales prospects.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. But yeah, I know we got to jump off in a moment or two. But yeah, just kind of coming back to it really quick, right? We got the 5,200 cross. So the next move I'm looking for is that pattern off the 200. And sure enough, this is exactly what we have. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. And as soon as price closes, you zoom in, below this structure right here, which is this red one, right? What does it do? It hangs around for a little bit and boom, it just tanks. This is not by coincidence. This is higher setup, right? So setup, candlestick pattern within setup within market structure, right? So like you mentioned, I'm not doing anything different. I'm trading a head and shoulders pattern. I just want to trade the head and shoulders pattern off the 200 EMA while it's in level 2. That's the only thing that's happening.
Yeah.
Right?
Good stuff.
I would say it's not rocket science, but it kind of is. Right. So, but yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. I'm definitely going to do a deeper dive into everything once we get back from our break here in a moment. Rich, you want to let them know about about the giveaway one more time before we head out?
Yeah, sure. We guys, firstly, we take a little bit of a break, 15 minutes, halfway mark. So from 5 to 15 Central. But again, guys, we will be giving away a 10K Forex Challenge account. After the break, there will be more prizes actually after us as well for the duration of the other sessions. So if you don't win anything today, please do stay tuned. But very importantly, if you want to be a winner, you haven't won yet, make sure that you're following the steps that's on your screen right there at the moment. Please do subscribe to both our Hola Prime TV and Global accounts. Continue commenting during these sessions and make sure that your email is in your YouTube bio. That's the only way that we can actually, reach out to you and give you account details to get you set up with that account. And again, all of these steps necessary to select a winner. So if you want to win, make sure you follow those steps. And again, the winners will be selected right after the break. We'll definitely let you know when. And not congratulations. Good luck for you today's lucky winner. All right.
Hey, hola amigos, I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Hola Prime. But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy.
who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts. See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game. I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning, but every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset. Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down, breathe, and be present. Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too. This game doesn't reward speed, it rewards skill. Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for. Well, guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am, not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon, and let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Hola Prime.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Richard. I'm one of the coaches from Hola Prime. Join me as I take you behind the scenes on a little tour of what I like to get up to on a daily basis and beyond charts. I started trading 16 years ago, but through persistence and a very high level of dedication, I got to learn 3 invaluable lessons through my career. That trading should be treated as a business. It's really not a game. Consistent profitability demands effort, and there's really no shortcuts or any way around. And especially risk management, which isn't, it's part of your survival as a trader. You see, early on I realized that success in trading is only 20% strategy and 80% mindset and emotion. Now, as a coach at Hola Prime, my focus is very simple. Helping traders build systems with an edge, cultivating the discipline and focus needed to execute them consistently. You see, guys, the markets doesn't care about you. It will humble you if you let your pride override rules and reward you when you execute your plan without fear or hesitation. As a trader, I like to get outdoors as much as possible. Really try to strike a balance between trading and also leading a healthy lifestyle. Leading a healthy lifestyle for me could be anything. Hiking, I love swimming as well. Today is not really the weather to go and swim, but I will take the dog out for a walk. I'm really trying to force healthy habits so I can stay focused when I really need to, when I'm behind the charts, and all the stresses that comes with it. As getting outdoors really helps relieve those stress and helps me personally keep focused as much as possible. In my spare time, I like to play big dogs with my trainers. And just as in training, skills and practice is everything. And that's a wrap, guys. Look behind the scene of who I am, what I do every day, beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon. Take care.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Everybody, my name's Tiger. I'm a coach here at Hola Prime, and I wanted to give you a quick little glimpse into who I am, both inside and outside of trading. So let's check it out. So I've been trading now for going on 11 years, and that first decade of my trading was all about technical analysis. And really over the last few years, though, I've really dug a lot deeper into fundamental analysis and sentiment analysis, seeing how the bigger banks and institutions are trading so I can ride their coattails, so to speak. They're the ones making the money. So I've just kind of looked at trading like Edison and his light bulbs. He's went through thousands and thousands of different prototypes in order to find the one that worked. Look, one of the things about trading that people get wrong is they think it's an overnight get-rich-quick scheme. So, for me personally, all the hard work was done well before I even picked up trading, and it all had to do with reading some good books. So, one of my favorite books right there, The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. Schwartz. And as you can see on there, the chapters, best way to read this book is read chapter 2, 12, and 13, and then turn around and read the whole book. Powerful, let me tell you. And I'm sure you caught that above my bookshelf. One of my biggest things that I love doing is bowling. I'm a very competitive bowler. Bowled a lot of perfect 300 games, so they give you these nice little trophies whenever you bowl a perfect game. Got another one for an 800 series, basically bowling 3 games of 800 or higher in a 3-game series, so it's like a 250 average. Pretty good stuff, but competed national tournaments, state tournaments. I've won a lot of them, so bowling, that's one of the top hobbies that I have. Outside of that, I love singing. I like to go and belt some tunes, whether it's karaoke or just singing in my car, some carpool karaoke. But other than that, listen, on the weekends, I love nothing more than just to hang with my girlfriend. She's an awesome, incredible woman, and she kind of balances me out because she sees how hard I focus on trading. So it's just a very good reset at the end of the long, hard week of trading to just get away, just step away from it all, go enjoy each other's time, and prepare for the next week. So that's a bit about me. Just let us know how we can help. Just remember, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, okay? The basics of trading are quite simple to learn. It's just all the nuances that take a while to really master. So just keep that in mind. Don't overwhelm yourself. We'll take your hand. We'll lead you to where you want to go. Like I say, just one step at a time. So with that, have a wonderful day. Look forward to seeing you in a session soon.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Hola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets, and I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading, as well as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Hola Prime.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Paul, one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little insight into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 5 years ago. I made some money, sure, but I also made mistakes, a lot of them. As I progressed though, I realized it's less a game of chasing green and more a game of enacting discipline. As a coach, I try to help traders focus on the process, how they structure their approach, not just on the charts, but in their heads. Everyone wants to 10x their money overnight, right? But real growth, it comes from small, smart, and consistent moves repeated over time. Trading is a journey, so patience is always required, but I am here to help you grow, so don't be afraid to get help. Improving your success rate is what we do.
But after a day of trading or an afternoon of coaching, getting away from the ever-evolving price action of chart setups is a must, as the outdoors can reset your mind, whether it's taking my dog for a walk for 30 minutes or gently strolling on the beach after a winning trade. I never allow myself to get lost in the charts. Stepping back gives me perspective, and perspective is what makes me a good trader. I'm always looking for that balance in everything I do. And if you can achieve the same, you'll soon discover it unlocks so many doors.
So that's my deal. What's yours? Hopefully we'll see you for a coaching session soon where we can level up your skills one profitable trade at a time. I'm going to place a trade.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, you know, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage. You know, you can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own and about 25 years before that, even with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that it's not about the strategy or the method. It's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super, super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day, literally overnight. But it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develop some discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks, or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time, you've got to be patient, and you need to be able to reach out and ask a coach a question and never feel guilty about doing that. And there's no bad question. Every question is a great question because it helps you enhance your intelligence and your knowledge of the market. Well, that's a bit about me. I hope to see you soon in a live trading session. And remember, we're just looking for one good trade. And once we find that one good trade, we're going to do it again and again and again. I'll see you then.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across four.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back
in black.
Tiger, Michael, to all our viewers, we are back. Cool. Yeah, hopefully you guys have something to snack on there.
Have me a big, juicy apple.
I love it.
Nice.
Getting a little
I
healthy.
I never get anything. I get something to drink, if anything. I just look forward to my nice, big Mexican breakfast once the stream's over.
Yeah. Coach Richard and Coach Sam, they're talking about... Coach Richard
today will probably be...
Go ahead.
Yeah, normally chorizo, huevos, guacamole, and some Jamaica juice most times.
Yeah,
with my breakfast shot.
Oh, yeah, some guaca for breakfast.
Yeah. Yes.
No,
I literally wait and try not to eat because it'll just spoil my appetite. Breakfast is my favorite meal of the day.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Gotcha.
I was just gonna
Well,
say.
it sounds like it should be.
Richard and Sam's video always talks about eating healthy, so I'll get back to my apples and my bananas in the morning.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I try my best. Sometimes you can't help it though, but yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Gotta eat breakfast now, that's for sure, some stage. I know it's very early where you guys are from, but yeah. I've just had lunch.
No, I'm a breakfast person.
Different times.
I'm a breakfast person. Yeah, that's one of my favorite things. I literally rate, I mean, not here, but let's say if I was anywhere else, like I would rate what hotel I'm going to based off the breakfast.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's good. Good way to look at it.
For sure.
Cool, guys. Let's continue the show. our second half of the Forex Fire session. Guys, we'll probably announce that winner in about, let's do it in about 10 minutes time from now. Half past.
Cool.
We'll select a winner based on the person who has followed those steps. And we'll be giving away another Forex challenge account, a 10K challenge account during the session and for the remainder of this week, for that matter, as well as the sessions that do follow after us. There will be more prizes up for grabs, so do stay tuned.
Yes. Cool. Well, if one of you two want to take it away for the next 10 minutes, then we can
I can take it. I could take it for just a couple minutes.
Sure, Tiger.
Yeah,
go for it.
Maria. Maria. Was able to explain the jibber jabber on my charts for you guys.
Oh, by the way, speaking of, I did find your Ghostbusters stream here. So there you go. There's Michael's TDI. Yep, Michael's
I do
TDI.
see
it. The crossovers.
Yeah.
Don't cross the
You're so right. I do see why you say that.
Yep.
It's to slay the big trades.
That's it. You guys remember on Euro Pound, this was my most bullish pair last week, right? So
yeah,
the script is starting to flip. So had this been last week, I'd be interested in buying in this demand zone area, right? But what a difference a few days makes, because now Euro Pound has moved all the way to the negative side, so -2. So it's still neutral, but it is now -2. So the fundamentals is going to keep me out of jumping into this trade. Just looking at the EU's heat map, we had, remember on August 5th, we had a negative services PMI for the euro, bearish number. And then we also, on August 6th, very next day, had a negative retail sales month-over-month number. So those two negative items has kind of flipped it a little bit. So the euro impact score has dropped. And also, let's see, UK. Okay, so UK, we had, on August 5th, we had a bullish services PMI number. And then on August 12th, we had a neutral score for unemployment rate. They knocked that one right straight on the head at 4.7%. But then we also had the employment change number, where the previous number was 134,000 jobs added. And this last report today, actually, was 238,000. That's a really good surprise number of 104,000 jobs above and beyond what they forecasted. So for those reasons alone, the UK is spiking a little bit in favorability. So that's why I'm now went from a bullish to a bearish sentiment on the euro pound. So that's what I mean whenever I say all the time, the fundamentals is what helps me decide if I'm a buy or sell something. The chart just helps me time it. So because of that, I'm going to ignore that any buy opportunities it might show. I don't care how good it looks, right? I mean, I was even trying to look down on a smaller time frame, but you go to that 4-hour demand zone, it just there's no real confluence. And plus, there's not really the greatest volume down in this bottom part anyway, not till you start climbing back up to this area. So yeah, even trying to look at this thing on a smaller time frame, 15-minute, 10-minute, 5-minute, there's just not a real good looking demand zone just to take a short, very small time frame stab at it. So yeah, the fundamentals keeping me safe on this. I did like this zone last week because it was under this retail chop area, right? That's why I had my no loitering sign to tell you're not to buy and sell in that area. Buy under, right? But that's how quickly fundamentals can change. That's just kind of shows how dynamic this list is. What else was I wanting to show? But yeah, that was it. I just wanted to point that out. I'm still just kind of keeping an eye on the euro dollar at this point. We are pretty close to this 4-hour demand right here. Still about 20 pips away from it. But I think that's the closest thing I'm looking at the moment. And then, of course, the euro Aussie, same thing. Just keeping an eye on this 15-minute demand here, which is basically that 15 minutes after the Aussie interest rate drop occurred. So you can see the volumes kind of starting to tail down, the volume spread analysis as far as the amount of activity happening. So it's starting to kind of balance out. Yeah, at this point, just give me a simple drop into the demand area there. And I feel a lot more comfortable about placing a trade versus when it was way back here, right? When it was just still going kind of crazy after that decision. So, but yeah, I think that's where I'm at. But yeah, I just wanted to really show the fundamental reasoning for putting that demand zone on the euro pound. So that's basically it for the moment, Michael. Back to you, my friend.
All right. So is it giveaway time yet?
Well, believe we have actually found someone that followed all of the steps required to win today's 10K challenge account. We just received a name there. Very, very exciting. We've been giving them away, like I said previously, like hotcakes during each and every one of these sessions since we started. I think still going to go on for a week or so. So if you haven't won yet, there's still some time. Make sure that you rock up, keep on commenting, follow the steps that I mentioned previously, and I'm pretty sure that you will win. You stand a very good chance to win, because most of these names in the chat here have already won the prizes before. That being said, let's do a quick drum roll, guys, and we'll announce today's Lucky 10K Challenge account winner, which goes to Victor Nduati. Congratulations, Victor. You're the winner of today's 10K Forex Challenge account. You followed all those required steps. Thank you very much. We will be reaching out to you via your email address, so keep an eye out in your inbox. If you haven't done so already, make sure that you also join our Discord channel. It's probably the easiest way to go and look for, chat-related questions. Chat-related questions. Any support-related questions you might have, we'll reach out to you, get back to you as soon as possible. Also, a really nice trading community on there. So again, congratulations, Victor. You're today's 10K challenge account winner.
Hey, congrats, Richard.
Congrats. You are welcome.
Every day.
One more added.
Every day we're giving away.
One more added to the team.
Right.
Growing our little team, our little army. Little trading army.
Good stuff.
Right? One recruit at a time.
We are trying.
Yep. As always, Victor.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
Victor.
definitely share this with.
You're welcome.
Share this with your friends, family, anybody you think might be interested in trading, whether they're beginners, advanced, intermediate. It doesn't matter. Masters. Share this thing. We're trying to grow this thing. We're doing organically. So, yeah, the more people you share with, the bigger we become, and the more lively the discussions get. We will get there with everybody's help, as always.
For sure.
Great job.
Thanks, Tiger.
Great job.
All right.
Sweet.
Where do we stand, guys?
You guys want to kick it on over to me? I can
let's switch back over to you.
Yep.
Do the usual breakdown.
Yep. Let's see.
Later on, I'll maybe discuss the NAS trade that I'm in. It's just not doing anything. I've got this really, I won't say, probably creepy feeling that we're going to be running sideways in most of these markets until those CPI numbers come out. Sneaky, should I say, not creepy. It's not Halloween. But that's how it normally goes, right? So let's see. Over to you, Michael.
Yep. No, I agree with you. It's definitely going to be interesting. Let's hope we won't get nothing too crazy, especially because we're both in a position right now. So we'll see. I'm going to end up closing this out before the numbers come. Yeah,
I'm going to, for sure.
Yeah. Cool. Well, guys, this is that part of the sesh where we typically I like to do a deep dive into all of the pairs and just kind of give you guys build that watch list, what I'm actually looking for the day. Typically throughout the day, if you guys are new, I'm only looking at about 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 pairs a day sometimes. But I do like to go through all of them and kind of give my rationale behind why I am or not interested in that particular pair for the day. Right. So I'm a big chart markuper. So you'll see a lot of markups on my charts, a lot of diagrams and so on and so forth. So if you guys got any questions about anything, want me to look at the chart or whatever the case may be, break it down, let us know in the chat and we will jump right on it. All right.
Chart marker upper.
Back to my chart marker upper.
Chart marker.
I find it easy to explain stuff when I do it this way. I don't know. It's remind me of school days, right? Like, it's kind of easy to draw out what I'm thinking with these diagrams. So, cool, guys. Just getting into it. This is kind of like my entire basis here, right? Like I'm trading, once again, the market maker cycle. And it looks something like this, right? Like this entire diagram here. So more or less, we got this M peak. PH is the peak high, right? And then obviously the PL is the peak low. And I'm staying away from these two areas. I really am only interested in these two zones here, which would be the level 1 area, right, where the 13 and the 50 will cross. Not everyone knows what that is, right? I know I'm in level 1, and I'm looking for some type of bounce move off that 50 EMA. If there's no bounce move and then the 5200 crosses, I'm not taking a level 1 trade because we are no longer in level 1. I'm just moving on to level 2. I'm looking for some type of pattern off that 200 EMA, kind of how we're in EN right now, right? So I'll go through all the pairs. Most of them are already marked up, so you guys can kind of see like what I drew out here, right? So in level 1, remember we're working for that break of this area here, and that pull back, right? To retest this area, and I'm interested in the area right there, right here, right? And then I'm looking for it to go short in this example and take out this zone here, right? And then that's pretty much the move, the level 1 move. The next move in that cycle would be the pullback again, right, to this same area. And I'm looking for some type of pattern, typically a M, a W, a half a bat, whatever that case may be, into this next level. Break taking out this zone, right? And these two are the only levels I'm worried about, no matter what. All right. And when I say I'm looking for some type of pattern off this 200, I'm referring to one of these patterns. The M for shorts, right, where the two legs, they come towards right near each other. It's typically less than 7 to 10 pips, right? So the shorts for M for shorts. And then the W for longs, right? So same exact thing, just depending on if you're going long or short. And then this next one is the HB. I call it the half bat. It's typically the same exact thing, except that second leg does not come anywhere near the amount of the first leg, right? So it's like short. It's kind of just leaning a bit. And I wanted to take out this area, this neckline area, and then I wanted to go short. And with this, I needed to take out this area here before going long, right? And then, of course, everyone knows the head and shoulders pattern. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's kind of just like the half of bat, except it only has one shoulder versus two shoulders, right? So very, very similar. And then what I always say is don't trade the V. If there's a V, I won't touch it because I'm expecting it to come back one more time and then drop, right? One more time and then go up. If it doesn't do that, I'm not interested in the trade, right? So you guys will notice I will pass on these like all the time, right? So just a little bit of preface all of that before we jump right into it, right? So I'm gonna keep this up here as usual. But yeah, on NAS 100, I am looking for, as you can see, looking for longs. Right? We have the 5200 cross, so we know we're in level 2, right? That's what L2 is. And notice that after the cross, price has not touched the 200 EMA. So I'm looking for price to come down, give me that W pattern or whatever type of pattern it wants to give off this 200 level, in addition to the reload, which is again at the bottom of the charts. I want to see the market baseline, how it's above the yellow market baseline is above this white static line. That means there's no reload yet. The W's, the half of bats, or the level 2 trades, they require a reload. This is when price will go below this yellow static line, right? That's why I have this kind of drawn out like that for this reload. What happens here is, guys, this is that manipulation phase where market makers come in, they make you think that they're going short. Once the books are full, they just yank it the other direction, and it's that distribution phase that follows against against retail, basically, right? So you want to watch out for that manipulation and make sure you're on the right side, right? So as I always say, if you don't wait for this reload, you're going to be part of that manipulation phase, and you're going to get taken. Easy stop out for them.
Be the
Easy.
statistic. They're going to be the stat.
Yeah. Right. So be careful with that. I always say you need to reload.
Roadkill. That's it.
Yep. Yep. You ever been hit by a car?
That's what it'll feel like.
No, I fell out of a car before, not hit by a car. Yeah, thankfully.
You haven't lived unless you're falling out of a car, right?
Yeah, well,
this is the trading version.
Might have a bit of brain damage, but yeah.
This is the trading version of getting hit by a car. You just got ran over by a market maker.
Yep.
Yeah. In a suit.
Yep. And he's laughing as he drives over you. So don't be that guy.
This Rolls Royce.
Right? It's Lamborghini. Right. And this is what I mean, guys, when I pointed out earlier, just staying out of a lot of the bad trades. This is a prime reason to stay out of something like this, right? Until it creates the move. Like, you want that manipulation. And this is why if you can tell where you are in the cycle, you're good to go, right? Because what a lot of traders will do is, right, they'll see this M top and they're like, oh, this is great. Traders jump on right here for the short, and it comes down. Yes, I got them this time. I got it. And then they probably move their stop loss to break even, or they don't, right? And it pulls all the way back here, and they're like, oh, man, it's back at break even. This thing's annoying. They either close it right here, or the trade never sets up, and it continues to go higher. Me, on the other hand, I was never in right here, so I'm not worried about that temporary roller coaster of being up then down. Right? If the trade continues to go the other way and never confirms, I'm never in the trade, right? But as soon as this turns around and it retests this area and confirms, I'm all over this trade, right? So if you can identify where you are, you're good. You're good money. Of course, this isn't going to work all the time, but that's not the point, right? The point is to be able to recognize when your edge has appeared. That's where the edge is, right here at these two levels, right there, right? So just make sure you're aware of that. Cool. So that's my markup on NAS 100. And again, guys, I'm going to go through all of these. So if you got any at all, yeah, I see million subscribers. Any updates on EU? Yeah, we're going to get to EU in a minute here. That's like one of the first Forex pair. So maybe in like 7 charts, I believe.
Yeah.
So we'll get into that in a moment. Cool. Next up is US 30. Once you guys can see this, all right, we got this 5,200 cross. So once again, we know we are in level 2. Right, coming out of level 2, we have this head and shoulders pattern. Right, we got this outside the band right here. That's not it. We also have inside the band. That's not it. We're looking for something else. Right, we got that other shoulder. I pointed this out yesterday because we were here. Right, we're looking for this part right here. This is where you want to jump in this once this actually confirms, or if it confirms, because it might not never confirm. Right, CPI numbers can come out. This thing could just be hovering around and just whoop and go the other way. And guess what? It just means it's no trade. It's just that simple. However,
are you, Michael, are you confirming? When you say confirm, are you confirming that on the close of a 1 hour, or what exactly is your confirmation? Close of 15, close of 30.
Yep. So on this 1 hour chart, I want to see a red candle close. Let me delete this. I want to see a red. For one, the close, the entry signal is always a close below the 13 EMA. So the red one. Right. So just how this candle closed below the 13, this is fine. Typically, this is a confirmation candle. But in a case like this, okay, there's a few extra things that needs to happen. One is, again, we got this huge EMA sitting in the way. So I don't want to take it. I don't want to end up like they did over here, right? You can't be one of these guys, right? So you want to wait for it to close below this, right? And then seeing that we have this little swoop area here, I want it to close not just below the 13, not just below the 800, but I also want it to close below this little area here too. Boom, right there.
Prove yourself.
Show me that you're actually going short. If you can do that, I will gladly take this trade. Right. So with that being said, you can kind of see this kind of came off this level a little bit here, and it just all these wicks they tested this area, it didn't work out. It's just why it just came on back. So let me see a close below all of this, and once again, in addition to that, I want to see price below the 13, which it already is. So we don't really need 4 hour confirmation. Price is clearly way below this 13 EMA. Right. So I'm not really worried about that. We're already there. Next will be a close below this area here. If this closes below this will more than likely set up the exact way. The last thing that you would really be looking for, even if that does close the right way, is, as I mentioned earlier, you want to make sure the TDI agrees. You see how the market baseline is above this RSI line and signal line?
Yeah.
I don't want it to be like, I want this to come down. And I'm going to change the color of these just so I can kind of really give the full picture here. But is it that purple one? Yeah, purple. Right, so I want to look something like this. Right. This is the red one, so I'll do this one red. Right. Yeah, I want it to look something like this. See, you see how now these two are above this market baseline. This is good. In a way, this is like, I don't want to call it a reload, but I don't want the market baseline to be above this. I need to see this come up, the RSI line and the signal line to come above it. And then, right, in addition to price just closing below this area here, I also want to see this do something like that. Right. Then from that point, this will be good to go. I will be all over this trade if that happened. Which, to be honest, it probably will. If the CPI numbers come out the way they're supposed to, this probably will end up happening. The only thing would be is waiting, which is typically the hardest part.
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Because what could happen is price could close below this, right? And then, but you don't have it on the RSI line, on the TDI. And it's like, do I jump in? No, I wouldn't. I just would leave it alone. Something else that can happen is it could just be a huge tank. This thing could end up being all the way down here. And you're like, well, that's it. Don't wanna jump in that if it's going too far, right? Then you have to wait for that pullback, right? Would love a close below this area to come down and then touch this and then drop. I will be all over something like this, all over it. Right. So
that was your. I'm sorry. That was your level. That was your level 1 or level 2, right there. Trade.
No, this is level 2. We're still in level 2.
Level 2. So you don't.
Yeah.
Oh, you already had your reload. Never mind.
Yeah,
I was about to say so. But yeah, it happened further back. Gotcha.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Yeah. And for him to take out this area, right? Like this. I'm being very conservative with the R to R, even though this is a 1 for 2.29. It realistically should take out this over here, right around here. So I could easily see this going to this area here and being nearly a 3.5, guys. So US 30 could possibly set up really good today, possibly. You got to wait, let price action play out, and kind of see what happens from there.
Yeah.
Right. Good one. The main thing is if it jumps down far, don't get greedy and just jump right in. You got to wait for the pullback. Right. How I did EN today is a perfect example. Like just relax. just be cool. Just wait for it to come to you.
Little patience.
Yeah, just a little patience, right? It's like when you first meet somebody, you don't just be all over them like, hey, hey, all anxious, like, whoa, this.
You want to get married?
A little thirsty. Yeah. Relax. Just be cool. Yeah. Just be smooth. Have some game. Yeah. Exactly. So this is a good example, guys. I'm glad this one came up. Is this a perfect example of one of those resets that I was speaking about, right? So when I draw that pattern, just know that it won't always set up perfect like that, right? Like it can't. If it did that, everyone would see that, and it wouldn't be the same thing, right? So as you can see here, we got this peak high. This peak low, it went right into a peak low. Like it can easily do this. But this typically happens off this 800 EMA, right? So when I have that royal blue EMA right here, that's why I got this label like that. This will typically reset off this level or off this EMA rather, right? So you think peak high, peak low, like, whoa, what happened to level 1 and level 2? Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't do that. It just skips right to
MIA.
Right. But it'll do it off the 800 EMA a lot of the times. But again, it kind of doesn't matter because you can still tell where you are in the cycle, right? Like it turns around, does that same level 1 move off of, the area here, right? And does the same thing. Same thing all over again, just the other way around. So you can't expect, once I see the peak high, 1350 cross and it goes to level 1, looking for the bounce move, then 5200 cross, I'm looking for the MRW off the 200, then it goes to peak low. Nah, sometimes it could totally skip all of that stuff and confuse the hell out of you, right? And turn around and you're like, wait, I thought this was supposed to be short. Yeah, it was, but they reset. That's how they do it. So as long as you can catch this, and I know this is a different version of what I draw, but if you look at it, it's still the same. It's just another version of it. Right, so just wanted to point that out really quick. But yeah, next up would be this SPX. All right, still looking kind of funky, to be totally honest. It really hasn't gone anywhere, but I'm gonna delete all of this because it's kind of a lot at this point. All right, so yeah, kind of the same thing still. We got this fresh 5200 cross here. All right, so we know we are in level 2, of course. right, L2. And then we're looking for that pattern, as always, off the 200 EMA. That's the next move. Note once again, how the 5200 crossed. Yes, price touched the 200 right here, but that doesn't matter because if you look down at the TDIs, I always say they got to agree. The market baseline is above the static, so there's no reload yet. So this is nothing. We're still waiting for price to come down, give us this nice W structure off this 200. The market baseline is pointing down. However, it hasn't crossed this static line yet, right? So we're still waiting for it to do something like this and then go higher with that reload, right? And then that move will look something like this. Gotta have a reload. On the level 2s, it requires the reload. If there's no reload, there's no trade. You guys will never, ever, ever, ever see me take a level 2 trade with no reload. You just, unless we somehow went back into time.
Right. Well, there's a reason why, right?
Time machine.
Exactly. Yeah. You don't take those trades anymore. And I harp on that because this used to be me taking this trade with no reload. And I'm like, why does it keep coming back like that? And then it goes up. I'm like, man, I'm right on the direction. I'm just early. It's like, yeah, that's it right there, bro. You're early. Just wait. Wait for the reload. Right. And trading, it's a lot of things where you can be right. You can be early and still be right. Trading is not one of them.
Yeah.
If you're early, you're wrong. That's just how it goes.
You're wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Gold, I think we looked at this a bit earlier. Gold's in a weird scenario a bit for me because we kind of got two contradicting signs here. We got the 5200 cross saying that we're in level 2. All right, so we're looking for W's off this 200 or some type of pattern. However, price is so far down, it's been sitting there for so long that the 50 and the 200 are about to cross to the downside now. Right? So super close to crossing, and I kind of can't tell where we are. On the other note, I'm still 60-40, 60 long because we have the reload. We have the outside the band. We have this nice reload here, right? The market baseline is below the static, so it is reloading, right? It could easily just go ahead and turn around. So yeah, numbers could come out. We can get some type of pattern like this, and it just shoots up. This could totally happen, right?
Yep.
Once we get this close above,
we'll know sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Hour and a half.
Guys, excuse me, we'll be back now. Just 1 sec.
Yeah, take your time.
Hour and a half. We will know our fate in an hour and a half.
Yeah. And don't jump in and try to guess this stuff now. Just relax and just
sit
wait.
on your hands.
Yeah, just wait.
Because Michael, I don't know about you, but I see the CPI as being similar to NFP from 2 Fridays ago.
For sure.
Right?
For sure.
When you think about it, this is the only main item we have for the U.S. dollar this week. I mean, where the heck did my calendar go? But the only other thing is, my God. Oh, duh, right in front of me. Yeah, because the only other thing we have, just looking at this, hold on 1 second. I just wanted to add this on real quick. Just looking at this week's calendar for just the dollar. Yeah, this is it. I mean, we do have the PPI number coming out on Thursday, but I mean, you got your normal unemployment number, the retail sales number. We normally get some of this fun news later in the week. So yeah, this definitely is going to be a tone setter. I could definitely see it knocking some stuff around. 0.3.
No, literally, this is one of I'm looking at it right now. I can't share it, but I'm looking at something, and it definitely makes my list, right? So it just says something. It says, in Forex trading, certain news releases can significantly impact market volatility and liquidity, making it advisable for traders to avoid trading on these days unless they are experienced and have a solid risk management strategy. Here are the most important news releases where traders should be cautious or avoid trading altogether. Number 1 is NFP, non-farm payroll. Number 2 is Federal Open Markets Committee, FOMC meetings. 3 would be gross domestic product, GDP reports. Number 4, Consumer Price Index, CPI.
Yeah,
right?
Makes sense.
Number 5, interest rate decisions. Number 6, employment reports. Number 7, retail sales reports. Number 8, central bank minutes. Number 9, purchasing managers index, PMI. And number 10, any geopolitical events. Right? So these I have like a list of top 10, and I'm like, no matter what, there's no way I'm going to step in front of this news. It's just not happening.
And not only that, Michael, when it comes to the projections today, now obviously one could be soft, one could be a high reading, but yeah, you got the core CPI, which is they're projecting the 0.1% increase. Well, then the regular month over month is projecting 0.1% decrease, so the opposite. And then you got the CPI year over year, 0.1% increase. So that's why when it comes to the how's the market vibe after CPI poll question that back end put up, yeah, choppy mess. I mean, that's what I put. It's just going to be crazy.
Right.
Unless you just absolutely, unless you get all three of them just go one way, right? All three hot or all three cold. But if they actually are correct, yeah, choppy mess. Just going to get a earthquake telemetry reading, right?
Yep. Just let it go. Just let it go.
Time frame, anyway.
Sometimes non-events as well. Just nothing happens, which can also happen.
Just let it go. Let it go.
It's not worth getting stuck in it and getting
destroyed.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those things too, right?
Unless you like that sort of thing.
Yeah, unless you like you're masochistic or something.
Yeah.
Right. Unless you're sadistic.
Well, yeah. Little BDSM. Yeah. Whatever floats your boat.
Right.
I mean, that
I
could be your place,
right? I say all the time that deciding to pass is still a trade, right? That's still an opinion. You don't have to take a trade long or short. You can just pass. We passing a lot of trades, right? If I'm just not feeling it, if that's not what I want it to look like, if that's not what my markups look like, I'm really good at just passing. I'm just because I know what it feels like to be wrong. Yep. I know what it feels like to be wrong and wish you didn't do that, and just told yourself that 1,000 times, and you finally beat it into your head to like, you know what? When I have this feeling, I'm just not going to do it. Simple, right?
Yeah. Yeah. You don't want to try to be a hero. I mean, even if you get in, you jump in, and you gain 50 or 100 pips in 2 minutes, right? That's going to be the worst thing to happen to you because you're going to think you can do that all the time, and then you're going to blow it. You're going to lose it. I mean, it's just a numbers game, right? That was pure luck. That was pure pulling the slot machine. So, yeah, we'll say it all the time when it comes to these important economic releases. Just be careful before, be careful during, be careful after. Wait till the volume just kind of slows down, pick a trend, and then you can latch on after that. We can't say that enough.
Yeah.
Can't preach that enough to everybody.
It's important. It's important.
Yeah.
And I mean, in addition to that, right? Like, let's just be real. Like, literally, the number one reason outside of obviously risk management and not having an actual edge in their strategy, but outside of those two, is news trading. The majority of traders blow their accounts trying to trade news. Simple. So that should tell you right there. You should probably avoid trying to trade the news.
And if you ever want to just have some fun, unfortunately at other people's expense, just go to YouTube sometime and just type in blew my account on NFP or blew my account on CPI or blew my account on interest rate economic releases. There are endless videos on there. It's not funny. It's really kind of, it's kind of sad, but you see there are just endless videos of people's accounts 10, 15, whatever, 20,000, 50,000, just blowing it in seconds. So, you know, if you ever want to get scared straight, go do that. go watch some of those videos. It's a horror show. So just be careful.
You said it. You said it.
You could probably bet on it,
Scared
rather,
straight.
using some bookies that will allow that sort of betting going on.
Scared straight.
Yeah.
But stay away from the
Funny
charts.
said scared straight. For sure. No, that's how I said. You know what the best birth control is to have somebody spend a weekend with some kids. That's the best birth that you'll ever find.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Or in the military, I was wearing the BCG glasses, the birth control glasses. Big ugly things.
Yeah. Right. Sweet. Well, cool. Let me. So I think gold and silver were looking pretty similar yesterday. Let's see if they still look pretty close today. Yep. Okay. So super close still. Not exactly right. Let me actually redraw this line over. This looks a little funny now. But super close. Once again, we got the 5,200 cross. We know we're in level 2. Right? And we're right here on the cut. If this is going to cross to the downside or not. So kind of hard to tell. Right? Once again, I'm sure that once these numbers come out, all this is going to change. But let's just sit back and let it do its thing first. But we do still have the reload is in play. So I am still more long than short on this particular asset. And that will look something like this. Yeah, so nice 1 for 1.5. Super close. We'll see what this looks like later. All right. So
cool.
Gold and silver really close together.
Yeah. Yep.
Crude. Of course, I'm not surprised. Like I mentioned, this never sets up the right way. 5,200 close. We know we're level 2. I'm still looking for this to come up. Give me that M structure off this 200. Right. And TP will be around this ADR low once again. And we're almost right there to get that reload. Pretty close. Let me redraw this. All right, kind of close. Market baseline is just now getting towards the static. We want to see something that looks like this for crude. All right. I will almost bet that this will not set up. It just never does.
Same story each day, right?
Exactly. Next up, we got
just take
Bitcoin.
it off your list there.
Dude, I might. And you know what's going to happen? As soon as I take it off my list, it's going to set up perfectly.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say.
Right. So cool. Next up, Bitcoin. My bias is long for Bitcoins. I will not short it. I just don't believe in shorting Bitcoin. The bias is way too strong going long. So yeah, we're still looking for some type of W structure off this area. We're in level 10. And yeah, that move will look something like this, right, towards this area here. All right, so, actually, not that area, my bad. That's all-time high. It's this area, this blue tracer, right? So, somewhere around risking 1 for 1.5, not too bad. I'll take that. Next up, got the peso. I don't trade this once again. I just look at it for the rate number, the exchange rate. But if I was to, it would like this. Same thing. We do have market baseline above the static now, which is good. So that reload is kind of coming in. But sweet. It will look something like this on peso. Level 2 short. Next up, who asked about EU? subscribers, EU, we are here now. So now we get into the Forex pairs, guys. Same thing. EU, in my opinion, is actually one of the closest ones for possibly setting up today. This could set up today. All right, I'm looking for some type of W structure off this 200. Why? Because we are on level 2 longs, 5200 cross, looking for the first time that price actually touches the 200, which is here. Right, it created this outside structure right here. And you can see that easily with this RSI line coming outside the band right here. All right, so we know is the structure. We just want to see a second pass here. All right, that second leg, a nice close above. This would be good to go. All right, stops below here. Not too bad. Risking $1 to make $1.27. I'll take it. All right, so that's EU. That's for you, million subscribers. Next up is EJ. EJ, as you can see, is not ready yet either. All right, we got the peak low, 1350 cross. We were in level 1. There was no bounce to the 50, so we 5200 cross. Now we're in level 2. Same exact thing. We're looking for price to come down, give us some type of W structure off this 200 area. Close above. Target to be here once again at the ADR high. Market baseline, we need to go below the static for this reload, which has not happened yet. That's how we know it's not ready. But it would look something like this. All right, risking 1 for $2.32. Not bad. I'm loving it. All right, so
Risk
that's
it to
EJ.
this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just like saying that. It's fun.
Next up, we got EN. EN is about to show some love, it looks like. Yeah, we're actually up on this position now. Just notice something, guys. I'm going to point this out. But it's freaking cool how, once again, and just note that I'm drawing the same thing over and over. Nothing's changing. I'm just looking for my setup. That's it. Scrolling through the charts. That's it. 5200 cross. Right? Notice how price has not touched the 200 until around here. What are we looking for? That structure. Right? That W structure off this 200 EMA. That's it. Same as always. Right, so we're actually in this one, obviously. Looking pretty good, to say the least. I just want y'all to want to point out, look at that entry. Look at this entry price on this position too. Right to this level. I mean, this is to the pip down there. I want to say 1 pip. All right, we took this second position at 96. Right, we got in at 95, 96 on this second position. All right, 95, 96. Oh, okay. So the spread, all right, it got me a little bit because of the spread. Anyway, 96 is right here. Anyway, I tried to grab this, as I mentioned earlier, right at where this wick is right here. So, man, I mean, less than a pip difference. This is at 95.5, right? So half a pip, all right, from where I tried to get it to. And it actually came down to 92. So let's say 3-4 pips off, right? There's no coincidence that are all places that went right here, right? That was that zone that we were looking for the pullback.
Wick through
this
psychological now too.
And just look at it, right? They dipped in there. This was red at one point, came all the way up here, closed green above these last two. This should be good. This should be good for the rest of the trade now. As soon as it gets here again, I move my stop loss to break even. So we'd be set there.
Nice.
But nice, guys.
Very nice.
It doesn't really get any more transparent than that. This is exactly what we're looking for, right?
Mm-hmm.
So super nice on EN. Nice W off the 200 pattern. Next up, what do we got? EC. Same thing, guys. You see we're in level 2.
Back.
You got the 5,200.
Back in just a minute. Yep.
Yep.
Sure thing.
Just looking for that W off the 200, right? Price to come down. Give us that W looking structure off this 200. Target is here. Oh, this one's nice. Risking 1 for 267. So that's sweet. Got a nice R to R on that one. With the reload, of course, this would be a good setup. All right. Next up, we got EG. EG is not ready yet. After the 5,200 cross, we know we are in level 2. All right, still looking for that. Let me delete this and redraw it, but still looking for this M structure off this 200 EMA to the downside. Right. Give us this nice reload. Price needs to. Let me just redraw this over if this looks ugly. Price definitely needs to come up first. Give us this reload off this 200 EMA. Meaning above the market baseline and then drop. And that move will look something like this. Boom. Something just like that. Right? All right, cool. So next up is EA. EA is really, really close too. It was really close, just like EN. However, EA was the better setup. EN was the better setup. I don't like a lot about this trade, but let me point it out. We got the 5,200 setup, 5,200 cross right here. So we know we're in level 2. All right. And then if you look at this, every touch towards the 200 is outside the band. We got this outside the band. We got this outside the band. This one is the only one that looks like this inside the band. That one is ugly. Right? Then we got outside the band, way too many touches to this area. Yeah, this is a pass. Right? Pass.
Hard pass.
If you have 2 of them that are close together, the much better move is to just take the prettier one. That's it. Right? EA and EN were really close. EN was much better to take than EA. Right, so
did you not trade the EN like a while back? Though you also took a really good trade on that one. Seems to be one of your good pairs.
I did.
Or generous pairs, should I say?
Yep.
Keeps on giving.
Yep. So yeah, you're referring to this move right here. We had the 5,200 cross to the downside. We knew we were in level 2. Same thing, right? M structure right off this 200 EMA, targeting these lows. Yep. That was it. Outside the band, you had the reload. Everything about this setup was there. Everything.
That was good.
And it paid out.
That was good. Nice.
Right? Now we're just looking for it to go the other way. Same thing. 5,200 cross, looking for the W's going long. Same exact thing. All right, so yeah, good call on that one. Even remembering that.
Systematic magic.
Right. Next up, we got GU. GU's ugly, and this is why I always say, guys, when the 5,200 crosses, and people try to take the bounce off the 50, and I'm like, no. Once the 5,200 cross, you got to take the bounce off the 200. If you would have broke that rule and tried to take the bounce off the 50, look where you were. You sat around for this for forever, for one, and it's still not even going anywhere. You're still basically right to break even. Just ugly. Just ugly.
Pound dollar.
The move happened off the 200. It happens off the 200. And once again, there was no load, right? Once 5,200 cross, market baseline never went back below the static. It's above the static right now. There's no reload on this trade. So again, there's no trade. He's got to wait for it to actually finish.
You're getting charged carry trade fees.
Yep.
It's not too bad on pound dollar. It's 0.5%, but still.
Right.
It's still 0.5% a day.
Yep.
Yeah, also looking for the pound dollar to come lower.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? My adventurous Forex explorations.
It's like somebody's playing Duolingo in the back.
Oh, yeah, I used to mess with the Duolingo back in the day.
Yeah,
I got a crazy streak on Duolingo. I'm like 1,400 days straight on there.
Oh,
like
yeah.
4 years.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Dedication.
Yeah, I liked Rosetta Stone, but yeah, Duolingo was a pretty good one too.
Yeah, I actually knew somebody. He actually finished it, and he was the only person I've ever seen to finish Duolingo. And I said, you know what? I'm gonna finish it too, just because he did it.
Well, yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Funny enough, he's fluent in Spanish too. Yeah, I'm like, wow. I'm like, where did you even learn this? He said he went to Colombia a lot and Duolingo. I'm like, what? I'm like, dude, I would have never guessed that. He's like, yeah. He's actually the most disciplined person I know, though. Like, literally, he's he fights, so like he's really disciplined, really swole, ripped guy, and I mean, man, his discipline is insane. He actually trades. He trades currencies too.
I was just gonna ask if he's that disciplined.
Yep. Yep.
He's fighting like in boxing or
martial arts. Yeah, he has an entire dojo in his house. He actually trained me, guys. Believe it or not. I used to go over his house 3 times a week, and in the gym he has the entire dojo in there, and he trained me up really good. I didn't even know a lot of these techniques existed until him, but super disciplined guy.
Really?
Like, I'm talking about ridiculous. No one comes close to his discipline level, in my opinion. He's amazing.
Wow.
His name's Jason Boyer. That's my guy. But funny enough, guys, I taught him.
Jason Bourne.
Not to say I taught him, but he trades, and he used to trade the peaks. And I told him, I was like, you got to stay away from those. He was like, why you say that? And I explained my ideology. He's like, oh, that's interesting to know. And to this day, he thanks me and says, dude, thank you so much for pointing that out to me, because he's killing it now. Like he's killing it. And he's like, he doesn't trade the peaks either because of what I told him.
Yeah.
Well, at least we got a bodyguard, Richard, when we show up to Mexico.
Oh, man.
We might need one, Tiger. We might need one.
Go out on the town.
all the trouble we're going to be making. We're going to have Michael on speed dial. You might have to trade a small account to get some bail money going.
Yeah.
No, you guys are in good hands. Trust me, you be in great hands.
Well, you can pay off the police pretty well down there. Give them a $20 bill. They'll get off your back.
Say you're good. Say you're good.
A couple hundred, 250 pesos
That's much
or
better
so.
here than actually the police take you to damn jail back in the States, because they don't play.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. They play a little bit down there.
Right. Exactly. Much better off. Well, cool. Next one up here, we got GJ. Yeah, GJ is taking on off. I do not see this one being setting up today or even this week, actually. This is really far at this point. Definitely want this to, let me redraw this, to come on back down here. Right. Once again, 5,200 cross price has not touched the 200. My next move is for some type of structure off this 200 level. Right. Target could be up here once again to the 80-yard high. And of course, there was no reload at all just yet. So what is it? There's no trade until we get the reload to happen. All right, so that's GJ, not looking too bad. GA is the same thing. It looks like GJ really, this thing's kind of taking off without us. So come on back, GA. Get some type of W structure as well off this 200 EMA. Targeting these highs. All right. Reload here. That will be the move. 5,200 cross. Price has not touched the 200 since this crossed. This is the move. All right. Next up, we got GC. Same exact thing. All right. GC is high as well. Needs to come on off his high horse. Come on down. Show us some love off the 200 here. All right. RSI line. Oh, let me redraw this one. This looks a little funny. There's no reload either. So we need this to come on down. Oh, let me draw that. That's ugly too. Come on down.
Next contestant
like Bob Barker.
This is right.
Right.
Yep.
Yep. Exactly. Right. So 5,200 cross. Once again, to the upside. Price has not touched this 200. That's the next move in the cycle. Something like this. I'll be waiting for this move. Right. Next up, we got GN. All right. GN is gone. GN is already happened, right? And I'll say this because once you get the 5,200 cross, right, the next move you're looking for. Oh, well, let me back up. You're in level 2. Right. And then the next move you're looking for is the W off the 200, which happens right here. You got this W move right off this 200, and it just kind of goes up from there. There's no other move after that. That's it. This has gone, once this crosses this level here, this is going into level 3 at the peak. We're not trading level 3s. We let those go. Something cool is if you look at the TDI, what do you have? You have outside the band, inside the band, and you have the reload that happens right here. Several dead giveaways that this is the setup. Several reasons to get into the trade, no reasons to not take this trade. Everything actually panned out here. Right, so not interested in GN because the happened. Right. And if that's the case, you shouldn't be looking at these charts.
Exactly.
Right. Right, so that's GN. I think these next few are kind of weird here. I think GF, I think I mentioned to you guys, it was really low. So I was looking at this. That's why this is marked up. So this is nothing. I mean, if we was to stretch it, yeah, this is nothing. This is ugly. We'll just leave this one alone. We got these two crosses over here. It's just very funny looking. All right, so this is a pass. USD CAD. USD CAD has just had a fresh 5,200 cross right here. All right, so we know we are in level 2. All right, and then obviously price has not touched the 200 just as of yet. So we're looking for some type of W structure off this 200 level back to the upside. Market baseline needs to go below the static for the reload. All right, that move will look something like this to the upside. Boom. So I'll be waiting for that level 2 long in CAD. UF is pretty ugly. I'm gonna leave this one alone. Yeah, we got the 5,200 cross. we got too many hits to this 200. Yeah, it kind of went, but this is not good. This is just weird looking. It's sat in this area for quite some time. I don't like when it does this. I'm more into the trend. Like, let me see something trending.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I don't like that it's sitting here for
ever.
What is that? Yeah, that's quite a bit of time.
Way too much time.
Oh yeah,
that's like my.
Yeah,
that's just like my demand zones. I don't like time being spent. Too much time being spent in them. Make it a quick move.
Yeah.
In and out, yeah.
The base,
ideally.
Quick. Right? I don't want to see it sitting there for all of this time. It just doesn't really pan out right. Now, one could argue that, yeah, this 1350 cross, you could get this bounce move off of here. I'm just not really a fan of that one. Once this W happens and it sits here for so long, I don't know what is going on with this, and I'm not finna find out. All right. Just let it go. It just looks ugly. This sat here for forever. I'm not trying to trade nothing that looks like this. UJ,
agreed.
UJ was very close. I thought yesterday we had this 5200 cross to the downside, and this is the beauty of the process, guys. Just sticking to the rules, right? 5200 cross. You know, you were in level 2. You were looking for some type of M structure off the 200, which we almost had, right? You had this first leg. This was outside the band, so that's definitely my first leg. Market baseline went above the static, so there's definitely a reload there. But what happened? This move continued to come up. Up, 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 up. It never dropped down. So this is a pass, right? Just by sticking to the rules, I avoided yet another bad trade. All right. Now I'm deleting this alert now because it's pointless. It's going the other way. Now we have 5200 cross to the upside. All right. So I know I'm in level 2 long. All right. Level 2 longs. And then I'll be looking for some type of W structure going back the other way. Market baseline will need to go below the static at this point. Give me that reload. Whoops. Hey, what's happening here? Oh, there we go. Right, and then that move will look something like this. Whoa, this is pretty high. This is going to be a nice R to R. A 4-to-1. Wow. What? Yeah, let GJ set up. I mean, UJ set up.
Challenge on that one.
Mm-hmm. So cool. That's what I'll be looking for, something like this on UJ. And once again, guys, just want to point something out. Notice how the 5200 crossed to the downside, right? And where did I'm thinking that this was level 2 short, right? But where did it reset off of? Right off this 800 EMA that I mentioned earlier when I drew that diagram.
Yep. Pretty strong.
Right? Yep. So we had this peak that came down. This will be that fake M top, basically, right? But came down, went right into this level, and turned around. It reset off this 800 EMA. This is exactly why I like to have the 800 EMA on. It makes it easy to see, very easy to see.
No in between.
Yep. So great example of a reset here. All right. Next up, AUD CAD. AUD CAD is just now getting into territory where we may be interested in it. Why? Because after the 5200 cross, we know we're in level 2 long. This is the first time price is actually touching the 200 EMA. Since. Right, targeting is high. Market baseline is still above the static, as you can see, but it's pretty close to making that reload. So we were looking for something like this. All right. So that's AC on the markup, looking for longs. NU, questionable. And I always say they're questionable when you have one cross to the upside and then it's so close to crossing on the other side like this. This will be a pass for me. I don't know what the hell is happening right now. I don't even want to touch it.
Yeah.
Right. So I would just leave this one alone altogether. NC, pretty close to NU. Looks kind of the same a little bit, but this could definitely turn around. So I will leave this one up just to kind of see what goes on. But very close to canceling itself out as well. On this one, the market baseline is actually below the static slightly for the reload. So this one's a bit closer. This could still totally, come up and end up setting up. Nice 2 for 1. Not bad at all. I'll still consider this one for the time being. NF.
Nice. James is in the house.
NF.
FX.
Hey, what's going on?
Coach James.
Well, we're going to Zanzibar by the looks of it.
Zanzibar, that's where...
Telling Michael, we're first going to go to visit Mexico.
Yep.
Now Zanzibar, we're going to be traveling a lot soon, hopefully.
Hey,
we'll have to do
Zanzibar is where... That's where the great Freddie Mercury's from. Queen. Only the best vocalist in history of the world, right?
Right.
In my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, we just got a few more here. Well, cool. So NF, 5,200 cross, of course, to the upside. We know we're in level 2. Just looking for that. Price has not touched the 200 until now. So it's creating that first leg. Right, as you can see, price is just now outside the band right here on the TDI. So just creating that first leg for that outside structure. Looking for some type of W pattern off this 200. Just like most of the other ones. Right. Next up, we got AU. Yeah, AU looks just like the other ones, right? Because not horrible, but not the best. Because we're gonna have this 5,200 cross to the downside, and at that point, it's done. All right, but still kind of close. It hasn't crossed just yet. Market baseline is still below the static slightly, so looking for that reload. But yeah, this one is almost a 1 for 2. So yeah, keep this one here up for a bit as well. So that's AU. AF. I think you were looking at this one yesterday, Tiger. AF.
Yeah, that's the one I had a small loss on.
Gotcha.
But
yeah,
then
same thing.
Yeah.
50 cross.
It looks like it came
to the upside here. Right. Once again, once the cross happens, price has not touched the 200 until now. So I always want that reload to happen first. Let me get some touches over here. Then make the reload. They can set up, and then I'll consider it. So something like this. Right. So that's AF. EF looks just like AF. This is damn near the same one. All right. Once again, 5,200 cross to the upside. We're in level 2 long. Price has not touched the 200 at all. I want to see some type of W structure off this 200 level. All right. Market baseline is still above the static.
Results of that CPI poll we had earlier on. Sorry, Michael. Which asked the market vibe after CPI today, right? So we had 51% of voters thinking it's going to be a risk on rally. Choppy mess, 36%. Risk of retreat, 7%. And flat and quiet, 3%. That's out of 25 votes. Let's see.
Absolutely. We will
Let's
definitely
see
find
what
out
happens.
shortly.
That's still in about what? That's in about an hour's time, right? Just under an hour's time.
55 minutes. Yep.
Yeah.
55 minutes.
We'll see.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
We'll see how it works out.
Sorry, Michael. Back to you.
Oh, no, you're fine. Cool. So that's EF. Next up, CAD Yen. I got these range lines on here. I'm not really interested in this, to be honest. So I'm going to take all of this off. This one's a little funky. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on. We got this fresh 5200 cross here, barely. So I'm going to leave this one alone. Looks pretty ugly. It could be resetting off of this level, just like the other. So I'm going to just not touch this for now. Next up, we got FJ. FJ is definitely ugly. So I'm deleting all of this as well. I'm not touching this one. CAD Swiss. Once again, this is a perfect example of why you can't take the V's, right? 5200 cross to the upside. First time price touches the 200 is right here with the reload at the bottom. So this counts. If you would have taken the V, you'd have been caught in this chop. You'd have been in Chop City. You'd have been eating chop salad.
That's right. Retail chop salad with venom in it.
Yeah.
V for venom.
Crab salad.
Stay away from the V's. It never works. But say if it works, it's 20% of the time. It's just not worth it. Just let it go.
Not good odds. Not great odds.
No. Once again, here's another V, right? 5200 cross to the upside. We got the V, right? Reload, everything's here. But once you take this trade, guess where you at? You at the same spot you was at on Friday. Same exact place. This makes no sense. Just do not take the V's. It's a bad setup. So leave them alone. I'm not interested in this at all. Last one we got, or second to last rather, the penultimate pair. 5200 cross to the upside, of course. So we know we are in level 2. All right, looking for some type of, it is kind of funny looking a little bit because it's really short, but we'll see what it looks like when it actually pans out on the hard right edge. Yep, looking for that reload as well on the TDI, and then some type of move like this to the upside. All right. This is a 3-for-1, 3 1/4, so not bad on the R to R, but not the prettiest setup, to be honest. And I don't really like this as much because I would only want to take this setup in Asia because it's 2 Asia pairs. So I wouldn't trade this in London or New York. I would only want to trade in Asia. So not the prettiest. And then the very last pair is NJ. NJ is ugly. If you want to take one of those, take AJ. They look really close together, except NJ is prettier. So leave this alone.
You said NJ's prettier or AJ? I'm sorry.
Yeah, NJ is ugly. I would take AJ because this one actually has a pop setup. Yeah. My bad if I said that wrong, if I said it backwards. AJ is prettier.
No, that just kind of skipped on my end. That was all.
Yeah. NJ looks weird. Right? Like this isn't right. If anything, this looks like it's going to the downside. Right? At least we have a 5200 cross to the upside here on AJ. On NJ, this is just kind of flat. Right? Like it crossed in here somewhere, but this is ugly. And on top of that, this almost looks like this can just go the other way. Something like this. Right? You got the reload in here. Yeah, I would leave this one alone and just take AJ if it sets up. And ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the deep dive. All right, let's check out this EN trade really quick, see what it's doing. I haven't got any alerts, so I know it's just sitting there.
Sitting. It's creeping
just
to the upside.
Little bit of green.
Yeah, just a little bit. Well, yeah, like I said, I'm definitely closing this trade probably in the next 20 minutes, maybe. Yeah, probably in the next 20 minutes before we get off. But yeah, that's it. I'm really just monitoring this one. Then it's US30 if it'll set up. All right, we got this might set up today. I said it earlier, but if this sets up, I will definitely be over this trade. All right.
Nice.
Again, I just want to close below this price right here. Let me get a close below that. After the numbers come out, I will take it. If it does something like close down
Have
here.
you traded the US30 before, the Dow?
Yeah, I trade this often. Yeah, not often, but I will trade all three of them. Some people like NAS, others like SPX. This one's like right in the middle. It's not slow. It's not as slow as S&P, but it's not as fast as Nasdaq. It's kind of like right in the middle.
Yeah, smack bang in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Richard, you got anything to share?
Right. Let's have a look at my charts and let's have a look at gold. Gold's just broken out of. Just waiting for my charts.
Oh yeah, we did
the
get a little bit of a
range. It's been stuck in most of the morning and yesterday actually. This after reading or reaching this lower median line, and we just put below it, and now price is trying to bounce higher. We're looking at the 1 hour time frame here. Again, I won't read too much into what price action is currently doing, thinking that this might be support. I think there'll be a fool's decision, especially with the CPI numbers that's still going to come out. That being said, the expectation was that gold will potentially move lower, and this was around about last week after a 5-wave sequence, and price has moved lower. Now it's just a question of how deep will it go? How deep will it drop? I know that we've been looking at this fair value gap over here for quite some time. If I have to just quickly draw that in. And just get it perfectly there for you guys, make it green. Then price has not reached it just yet, or it did actually, just now. Again, fair value gaps, not necessarily always going to act as support resistance, right? That's why I also like using market geometry, a bit more confluence between different analysis type techniques. Price has, however, reached the low median line here for the second time around. Question now is, obviously in the back of everyone's mind, can price go lower? And I actually think it can. Reason being is we've got what looks now like a very, very messy 5-wave decline. If it was corrective, the only corrective structure that gives a 5-wave decline as part of one of the ABC legs is an expanding flat. But it's early to call that. That will mean we're seeing something like this. ABC, and now price is going to shoot back up again. Right? But that's in the back of my head, but I'll entertain that until price, proves otherwise, or proves me right, should I say. For that to happen, we need a very strong reversal back upwards again, which we might get, again, when those CPI numbers come out. So pretty cool to see how price is respecting this pitchfork sloping to the downside. Again, we're in that fair value gap. But I'm not going to gamble on a direction here. Try to get in early prior to the CPI numbers. I'll have to sit on my hands. I know, was it Maria that was eyeballing the 330, 3330 range? Came very close to that. Might still move into there. So let's keep an eye on that. If we do see a decline lower from current levels, then the next sort of area underneath the current 1 hour candle that might act as support is this lower rate warning line. Come on. Select the thing. There we go. Which is about that 3310. But that's at the lower end of this fair value gap. So I don't know. I really don't know. And I don't like trying to make predictions either when it comes to these news events. I do feel that it's going to be rather volatile. That's, I don't know, just a gut feeling that I have. But let's see. Let's see. Truffulation, James says, expects 2.7. And it's not good if so. Yeah. We'll have to wait and see, guys. Most of the price action, everything that I'm following has been sideways. And maybe I'll actually get the trades that I want after the news event. So let's see. I'm still in that Nasdaq trade, by the way. Not been going too well. Price broke below this lower median line. Remember, I entered right about here. It was about, when was that? Half an hour before we started our session. We broke lower. Doesn't look good, but I did take a small position. I might just follow what Michael's doing and get out of this trade pretty soon. But anyway, it is what it is. So that's gold. Let's quickly have a look at WTI. Almost got that little push higher that I've been waiting for. Still looking for more downside. Just a quick update. I'm looking for something like this. And then a decline. Right, we have not got that as yet. Something else that might be materializing here is a triangle of some sorts. Let's change that to a different color, make it a little bit thicker, maybe something like that. I think A, B, maybe a C over there. Maybe this was a D already and that was an E wave, and this thing's over and we're going to miss it. All right, so that's also a possibility. If this was a triangle or a triangle that's still underway, then I would still expect some more downside potential here to a break of this low that formed on Friday around 62.09 plus minus 62.10. Yeah, so again, I wish there was a bit more action leading into the CPI numbers, but it was to be expected. To take a stab at the Nazi, not looking too great at the moment, but still in it. But yeah, let's see. That's it from my side on the analysis. We still have, what's it, about 25 minutes or so left before we reach the end of our session. Yeah. Again, just while we are waiting a little bit here, guys, there will be more challenge accounts to be given away during some sessions after ours. I believe it during the pre-market session with Coach James and Paul. There will be another free account given away, as well as during our futures sessions. So please make sure that you do go and follow those steps required to be eligible, so you're already set up. They do have slightly shorter sessions than we do, so you do not want to miss out on them. I think they're giving away an account slightly bigger than the one we've given away today, or during our session. So make sure you do go follow those steps if you haven't done so already, and if you would like to pick up or be the winner of our next prize giveaway.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, Marcus FX could be the dollar up and everything else down. That's definitely a possibility.
Mm-hmm. Give me one sec, guys. Let me
Yeah,
show back.
true. Yeah,
You
Coach
got
James
something to show
mentioned
there?
truflation. Yeah, I was just gonna say I'd never heard of truflation. Coach James mentioned truflation. That's a different resource that I've not heard of. Yeah, he says 2.7%. Yeah, and I see it on the website, bls.gov. Looks like it's where that came from, but yeah, interesting because that's 2.7, but then you look at Rebate Kings FX, and then you look at Forex Factor, and it's got 2.8. So it's always interesting to see when you look at different resources. Sometimes they have different readings. But
yeah,
I mean, if that source is coming straight from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, I would think that'd be the more accurate one, right? So thanks for that resource, James. You gave me some homework to do. Dig a little deeper into that.
Adib, you're more than welcome. Thanks for joining.
Yeah. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yep.
Tiger?
Common theme is the same with me. Common theme's the same with me. Just waiting to see what this report does. But I'll go ahead if you guys want to switch over to my chart and just go through a few of my alerts. I'm actually down to slim pickings on my alerts. Looks like we've had a little bit more movement. And I'm down to just one bearish buy.
This time around.
At least what? I'm sorry.
You didn't run out of alerts. You didn't use up your quota.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting ready to up my package because I want to start messing around with some futures on some footprint stuff. Yeah, I've been kind of paying attention to that.
On the volume side.
It's pretty cool. And it comes with like 400 alerts. It comes with like 400 alerts. I think it was.
Yeah.
Or 200 or 400.
More than you
Way more than I'll ever need. Exactly.
Right.
But anyway, yeah. So for my bearish assets, dollar Japanese yen is the only one. So yeah, needless to say, we're only 38 minutes away from CPI. So I'm just going to let it shake itself out for about the next hour and a half. And in fact, dollar Japanese yen. Yeah, I mean, really the only thing I've got, I got this 4-hour zone up top, this zone on top of a zone. If we get a big spike from CPI, but otherwise, if it kind of shakes itself out, maybe get a little bit of a up move, down move, higher or lower low, kind of a bounce into this 5-minute zone, then I might look at that after the volume kind of settles down a little bit. After the chop fest we may or may not get from the CPI. Keep an eye on that. I still like that because further back in time, that was a former resistance point as well. It's not the end all be all. It's just nice to see a few different things add up, right? And you got obviously this chop fest down here from further back last week. So anytime I can sell over value or buy under value, that's what I'll take. In this case, sell only because I'm getting a -6 reading on the dollar Jap, and that's it. I don't have a single other thing in the bearish category. Everything else is 5s and 6s on the positive side. Gold still leading the way at 8. Obviously, that may flip-flop here after the CPI comes out. But the only other dollar-based pair I have is still the euro dollar as a 6. So just taking a quick peek at that. What happened here?
See what we got going.
Gold blurry.
I think it got froze. Oh, there we go. It does that sometimes. It gets hung up. But yeah, still just waiting on this demand further down on a 4-hour. 1, 2, 3, 4 basing candles when you're looking at it on a 4-hour time frame. So not the greatest spot with regards to volume, right? Since that is kind of that after hours time frame from Tuesday of the 5th. And yeah, I'm going to be extremely picky on that one. So if it goes through to this bottom zone, I'd be a little more happy with it because the volume is a little better. The volume spread analysis candle coming out of that. Now, in all fairness, it didn't really bounce that high. So to be honest with you, I'm probably going to ignore both of these unless I look at it at a smaller time frame. Now that I see it. You know, sometimes I just kind of breeze through and I skim through and I throw these zones up, these rectangles. And I don't always do a super deep dive into the analysis until I until I go back later whenever an alert comes close to it, right? So,
Right.
because, you know, I mean, otherwise it could just take a lot longer to do the deeper dive analysis. I'd rather just get the rectangles up, see what happens with price returns. But then ultimately, yeah, that's always the last thing I do. Hey, do I have a bullish, bearish signal? Am I getting the volume spike? Was that demand zone strong enough to beat an opposing supply zone or vice versa? Was that supply zone strong enough to blitz through an opposing demand zone? Same thing as breaks of structures, change of characters, all that fun stuff, right?
Right. Break and retest, the whole nine.
Right. Yeah. And I don't think I'm excited at all on any of these on a smaller time frame. Maybe, no, not even that really. No, I don't like it. I mean, I like that one volume candle there, but no, it's just not good. No thanks. Nope, no thanks. I don't think I like any of it. I'm gonna. Well, I mean, I like the volume again. I just don't like that this one came up and got lazy and went sideways. So, nope. Let's delete this. I don't like that. I don't like that alert, gents. I don't like it. 4-hour time frame. What's that, Michael?
Say it. Don't like it. Leave it alone.
Now, okay, so my next alert's going to go on clear all the way down here at the 1.14 level. Nice psychological number. This is as sexy as a demand zone gets, ladies and gents. Right here. This is about as sexy as it gets. Because on that 30-minute time frame, price spiked 150 pips. Basically ranged about 160, 165. So, yeah, may not get down there anytime soon unless we just have a completely hot U.S. number, right, for the euro-dollar pair. Right. Obviously, that's the quote. So the only way this is getting down there is if we have an NFP type number, but only for the good, for the dollar, or NFP type of reaction. So, but I'm gonna throw that. I'm gonna throw that alert down. Yeah, let's stick that out. Yeah, we'll just stick it out till Friday. I typically go through all my alerts on Sundays anyway. If I still like the alert and it hasn't hit, I'll just push it out another week. Kind of how I do my alerts.
Right.
But I like this area. So that's way down here. Now it's the algorithm, as you can tell, is trying to tell me to write this up as a 4-hour zone, right? But I don't like it. Number one, it's got too many basing candles. And number two, the actual basing candle itself, the low for it's way up higher than the distal line is for the
looks suspect.
You know, the exiting candle. They're right. It's a little too suspect. It's deformed. It's uglier than a Monet. Okay. So ultimately, I only care about the wick itself because on a 30-minute time frame,
I'm about to go ahead and close this trade out right at the time.
Right on.
Yeah,
just
we
kind
got
of
like
going
30 seconds.
Is that the?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. This EN set
few
up.
Pips up. Yep.
Yeah, we up 84 bucks. I'm gonna close this out now before it gets crazy.
Guys, just a quick poll there.
Yeah, we are out of that position.
Another poll.
Yeah, with the US-China tariff truce extended, do you expect risk assets to rally or stay flat? Good question. Good question. What do you guys think?
Well, it seems like it has been each time, hasn't it?
Just a delay,
it gets
right?
delayed. Yeah, each time it gets delayed or each time a trade deal gets signed, seems like there have been some pretty good spikes. I mean, Liberation Day smacked everything down, right? But a little while after, everything kind of recovered. So, hey, the market at this point just takes in. The market takes any. It takes any potential good news and runs with it.
Right.
So, I mean, if you had to hold a gun to my head and say yes or no, I mean, I'd pick yes. But I wouldn't bet all my money on it at the same time. Coach James says both pretty piss poor, yeah. Yeah. That's right. That's right. All right. So that was euro dollar. I've already went through dollar, Japanese yen. So euro Aussie dollar, that one is still my second strongest currency pair at a 6. While actually I got pound Aussie, euro Aussie, CAD Jap, euro dollar. They're all a 6 actually. But yeah, euro Aussie, let's just take a look at that. So yeah, well, again, we had that Aussie decision come out at 23.30 according to my time frame here last night. So it's just been going up. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, the Aussie dollar obviously dropping their rates. So what's the opposite side of the euro? Just been going up. So yeah, I would still be interested. Yeah, nothing's really changed on this one for me. Still interested in more of this 15-minute demand. But as you can see, it's kind of who knows? Might be getting a little bit of a double top there. We'll see. But yeah, just give me a simple retracement there and bullish engulfing. Give me some volume. Might be interested in that. I mean, the dollar tends to spike all the other currency pairs somewhat, especially the ones that are heavily influenced over, especially the Japanese yen. I mean, my goodness. The dollar just Japanese yen, when you look at the currency pair, it just seems to be like it's little dog, right? So the dollar goes follow, so it's kind of interesting. But yeah, right. As far as the euro Aussie
guys, I'm also going to get out of my trade. By some miracle, price moved up again. So just a testament of how price typically behaves before these events. Going to get out for about $5, $6 a cup of coffee. Watch it now, shoot to the moon, but that's 100% fine. I've learned my lessons many times before these news events. So I'm also out, flat for the day.
There you go.
Lock and reload. See if we get something happening during the afternoon session.
We get the popcorn trade of the day.
Bit more than a cup of coffee in South Africa. Could probably buy myself some fried chicken. Just
there you go. Hello, Bravo Zulu. Good morning to you as well. We're on here for about another 10 minutes, so we're just kind of going through a few little
good morning.
Last minute ends before our stream ends. But yeah, we got CPI coming up in 26 minutes. I'm just basically going through a last minute look at my alerts, which I'm going to sit on, and these are basically my popcorn trades of the day, meaning I'm going to turn these to a 1-minute time frame, grab me some breakfast right after our stream ends, and just sit back and eat and watch this on a 1-minute time frame for CPI to come out. Especially when it comes to things like the NASI, since I have got a bullish signal on it still, bullish signal on S&P. Same thing with gold and silver.
Shoot to the sky now, but yeah.
Yep.
But who knows? Bravo Zulu, Says the pound is moving above. Is that the previous week's high again? And he's staying out until CPI. Yeah, good choice, I would say.
Yeah.
Very wise.
Wise person right there.
What are we doing on time? There's still got about 10
I
minutes.
don't want
left.
any parts of none of this high crazy news because this is never good. This where that line between trading and gambling is either stepped on or stepped over. One of the two.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I see we got a little bit of a bounce here on gold from that area, but it could just keep doing this up and down till CPI comes out. So, yeah. I really don't have too much else to look at here. What did crude oil do in the end? Leaving the station without
child. That stepchild.
Does look like there was a little bit of a triangle formation, yeah. If you really squeeze your eyes tight, you might see it as well.
Yeah. And when you have to squint your eyes, good to just go on to something
Actually,
else.
it's just a bunch of mess. That's all it is. Sideways, up and down. Good luck trading that mess. Guys, I don't really have too much else to show here. I see you out of your trade, Michael. At least you got more to show than me. $84. We could take the whole family for chicken dinner here.
All right, that'll be my goal after CPI. Find me something to pass you. We'll try that. Oh, that's fine. You can move back to my chart. I still got a couple others I could show if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I know we've
Sorry, I
been
was just scrolling through things
gold.
to see if I got something else. I don't, so go ahead.
Yeah. But yeah, we've been beating gold with a dead horse, right? I mean, I know you guys are a little higher up. I'm waiting personally for this 3,300 level here. On this demand down here, the 4-hour demand. It just kind of waterfalled up. I could go all the way down to a 5-minute. Don't really see anything as far as the demand zone. I mean, you have one kind of right here, but damn. Now that I look at that, look at the volume coming out of it, which obviously it's going to be all this. But never fails. Somebody that'd be buying here on this demand. I could very easily see in the big banks spike it down into the lower end, right? So I'm going to stick to what I thought because this is to me is just nothing more than a big, just way too many candles sideways move. If I'm looking at like the 5 minutes, I mean, yeah,
right.
Probably just going to ignore that. I personally going to stick with the demand down here, the higher time frame. Yeah, like that. That's it. There to there. I mean, ultimately, and I know I've repeated myself on this a whole bunch of times, but higher time frame, much prefer price to break higher than all this. I put that a little too high. But yeah, just break and close up in this area. Above the bodies. Right, Coach Michael? Above the bodies. Close up here and then come back. Close above the bodies, which is where I pretty much put this blue rectangle. Kind of the, taking into account just the bodies of this quadruple top we've and then when price comes down, that's where I need a demand zone to be created down here in this area somewhere. I mean, it could even be clear down here, but I would prefer something else. Yeah, well, really anywhere. Maybe below this retail chop area here. Okay, if I go back to my 4-hour time frame. So, yeah, pretty much just stick with the one I actually had down here.
Right.
That would show more strength, in my opinion, but I'll take what I get. I mean, it's still good volume coming out of that zone on a 4-hour. The leg out candle, really strong. So that's that one. Yeah, again, the Nazi. Yeah, so this was another one I was looking at. Probably going to ignore this demand zone now because what happened when price left? Bounced into this 4-hour supply and got rejected all the way back down, right? If this demand zone had some strength, it should have had strength enough to at least close above this supply and this resistance point, right? In fact, I drew that up, right? That's what I wanted to see in order to qualify this as a good demand zone. So since it did not do that and it just broke down, I got to delete. Actually, I'm going to take that alert and move it down to here. I'm no longer interested in that demand zone. It just didn't show me the strength. It's got to have gusto.
Right.
Ellos necesito fuertes, zonas fuertes. Is that right, Michael? Zonas fuertes.
Sí, tienes razón. Necesitamos fuertes zonas. Zonas fuertes.
Yeah. So again, it's all about what can I find wrong with the zone to disqualify it. Because otherwise, you can look sideways at your eyes and try to make a nice story out of every zone on here. But I try to do the opposite.
Like those triangles.
I used to trade every
crude oil that I've been
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, because I used to trade every supply and demand zone I would find, and then I kind of like Michael with you and your reload, right? You went forever without finding reloads. That was a similar situation to me with supply and demand zones, and then finally I got to realizing, well, I'm buying supply and demand zones in the retail chop zone, and man, the rest was history. They just got so much more accurate. So yeah, give me a further decline down here for the Nazi. Personally,
love it.
I've already went over the Euro Aussie. Still kind of keeping an eye on this. There's the retail chop area. There's your 4-hour time frame. Contraction box. That's fair value. Got a little breakdown below, a little breakdown above. Came back. Another one. Breakdown below. Breakdown above. Now just give me another breakdown of this demand. That'll be off.
Tiger, we got about 2 minutes left. I was just going to ask you again, what was that zone of yours on gold?
3,300.
3,300. Yeah, that seems about right.
Yeah.
A little bit lower, right?
Remember, I'm a cheap wad. Got to go for that cheap spot there.
3,300.
Yeah, it's a lot lower. It's a lot lower.
Could get there.
It may or may not. Yeah, and the reason it's so low is because, for me, the fair value gap, I mean, to me, the 4-hour leg out candle, which obviously is that fair value gap.
The origin of it.
To me, I look at the origin, exactly. So to me, the origin is that basing action was strong enough to push that fair value gap. That's the way I love to see my zones created, is when they have a big, long fair value gap like that. Now, again, I miss these trades quite often. They run off and leave without me because oftentimes, like you said earlier, Richard, oftentimes that's where the bid will get caught, is in those fair value gaps. Sometimes they come down to my zones, right? So you just never know. But that's just where I personally have found the most experience, is just waiting for the zone itself. So, yeah.
And they will get there quite often if you're patient. Yeah. Right. Guys, I think that's around about it for today's Forex Fire session. Guys, to those who are trading, be careful. Those CPI numbers can be pretty wild when they come out. The markets can act pretty wild. And then also, again, congratulations to Victor, which was our 10K challenge account winner this morning. I believe he's from Kenya. he was having a
Yep.
convo there with Michael GJ, which is also from Kenya. Pretty interesting to see. We got viewers from all over the world. Really cool stuff. Again, thanks for everyone for joining today. Please do stay tuned. There will be more prizes being given away during the pre-market session, during the pre-market pulse session, as well as the future session. So from my side, trade safe. Keep those CPI numbers in the back of your head. They might cause a lot of volatility.
Yes.
And Michael and Tiger, have a good rest of your day as well. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
All the best.
Have a good one. Be safe.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.